Yeah, let's get into some shit. Stop shooting me, fuck! Over there! Let me load! Jesus Christ!
Alright, I'm on box shot!
Hace sequoia, la loya, la joya, the poya.
Don't be stupid, spread it out! Yeah, we're good. Clear. Tossing an incendiary.
you're good. Rounds fired. Station out.
Ah, fuck! Down the plate!
Moving to position.
Counter-attack!
Opening fire. Knock faster. He's down. Run is complete. We're making our exit now. Observer, this is station. It's coming. Assassin here. Let us know if you need anything else. Station out. Rocket's going out. Alright, switching the gun. Three down. Five down. 7
Listen, take only what you need, okay?
Tell him at that! Stay safe! Change your magazine!
Security!
Careful! All right, let's go! Don't forget your dinner! I'm at sea! Hey! Back off! Stick together, okay? I'm reloading!
Enemy taken in! Enemy taken in!
It's the... I'm walking up! Stop! There is more? Блядь! 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 We lost C!
Okay, all right, let's get ready. Don't be stupid.
Observer, this is Station. Fire support is on standby. Just say the word. Observer, this is Station. We got you. He's inbound.
This is Warlock. Stand by for gun run. Beginning attack.
Hey, Alpha!
No kills. Good and tight.
Hey, I'm on Alpha!
Okay, bugging out. Warlock out.
Okay, he's done his run. You need anything else, just ask, okay? Station out. Here's downstairs.
Roger, moving downstairs. I'm blowing this shit. Good job.
All right, we got that.
Remember, if you guys feel like we need something, tell me and I'll mortar brush or something. And you guys can give me call outs too, and I'll address these fucking dicks. If you think you need it, tell me and I'll send it.
Yes, okay. All right, let's go.
Easy, boys.
Get that thing spawned again, NG.
Flashbang!
I gotta kill my fucking dead guy.
Fucking flashbangs.
Wait! Wait! Down!
This too slow of a line for you to decide to play this. He got beat with the drop shot. Damn. That's not Call of Duty, dude. Stop it.
Y me ten cuidadito que si no llega al fin todo por la calle, corriéndome por las carreteras. Píllalo.
Yo estuve este verano en Rumanía, de viaje, con mujeres rumanas, hablando en rumano. Estos rumanos, como si no los rumanos te estafan, son vanos, te estafan, gente. Eso es así como funciona el mundo. Es allí, que a mí hasta me llevas ahí a un tío, funcionario, y le dices, quiero hacer un papel, y te dice, son 600 euros. Toma, ¿y qué hace un papel? Amigo, que no sé.
We keep this look. Man, how he's doing, he says, and that's not right.
Eyes open!
Enemy's taking A!
Hey, enemy! On your knees! Go!
Loading up!
Anyone got eyes? Hey, anyone got eyes? Enemy!
Watch out.
Ah! Christ! Whoa! Knock, knock!
Enemy's taking A!
Where is the commander? What the fuck?
Yeah, get in this,
Behind you, boys. It's right there behind you.
This should go hard, bro. I ain't gonna lie. Turn the fucking music off, please. That music go hard, bro. Keep playing it.
do it. Can find a way out. Oh no!
Fucking low.
Yeah.
That was some sneaky ass shit.
Get ready!
Okay, but this time I'm here with you guys, so just look at the difference.
What the fuck is that music about?
Yeah, I don't know. Some SpongeBob
Some
shit.
Hawaiian shit.
The SpongeBob.
My fault. Y'all heard some of my Honolulu playlist.
Yeah, we did.
That's something that won't happen again.
Thanks, Algo Bum.
Enemies on me!
I'm on air!
Load! Load! Flashing! Get back!
Get on air!
Go now, asshole! Moving in! Yellow!
Hey, it's clear! We got the air! That's it! We got the
Okay. Hey, what do you want to stay here? No, I'm here.
Okay, are they done? Are they finished?
Everything's fine! I'm okay! Oh, I'm great! Dead, you piece of shit!
Hey, what is that then? There we go.
Get off! All right then, yalla!
All right, ready.
Surrender now! Using flashbang!
Is there an observer right now too?
I think you might be dead.
I'm Brian. around the back. Thank you, Ghost. Yep. Yeah, there's more coming around the back. Watch out. Wrap it up.
Alright, I took out this.
Good bird.
I'm reloading. Give me cover. Got up. Hello, get up. Finish it inside! Throwing grenades! Stay back! Anna, this will burn! New magazine! Hey, grenade out!
Fragging upstairs. Watch out.
Я перезаряжаю!
Wait,
Oh shit. Close your eyes. Pick a door each, guys.
Okay, we can move now.
shit. Machine gun back corner.
Good job. Oh my god.
I'm ready. Wait! Ready! What's what I need? Radio needed over here! Hey! Man down! Man down! Grenade out! Okay, reloading! Brothers! That's the goddamn radio! Radio! Bring me the radio! Hurry!
We're capturing it!
Hey, come on, hurry up! Okay! Get up, boyo! I'm ready! Radio! Bring me the radio! Hurry! Radio! Bring me the radio! Hurry!
What the fuck is going on this radio?
I need to reload!
Yep.
I got back on the game off while I'm a little beggar.
Okay. I'm about to be there.
I do!
I'm holding up! اتحركوا يلا! Man down!
Oh shit.
Okay. Look! I'm throwing a grenade! Reloading! Look!
Good job.
Wait!
On the balcony.
Using mountain bomb! Careful! We're here! Hey! Enemy! You belong! Fucking cover me!
I'm assassinated to the other side.
Throwing grenades! Stay back! It's clear! Take your weapon! Clear, clear! Hey, they're trying to take it back! Hey, are you alright? Wounded! That's open!
Can't fucking believe it.
Reloading! Okay, okay.
Where are you going?
Reloading! Someone go! Fuck! Loading up! Reloading! Reloading! I have to reload! Open fire! I need to reload! Hang on!
Hey, be sure to find the commander. Tell him to have fire support available.
All right, let's go. Loading. See? Got a bombing run right there. Requesting drones. We need the drones right over here. Over.
Okay, drones are coming now. Stay back.
Wait, wait.
Hey, we have enemies!
Loading! Hostile!
Okay, good luck.
Reloading! Reloading! Here comes a bomb!
I think we're all ready. Yes? Yes, okay, we're all ready.
Get down on the ground! My God, you're there! Go! Hold your positions! Who's been shot? Anyone? That's artillery! Observer! Right here.
Rocket barrage is incoming.
Push! Push! Give me a second, reloading! Look!
That fucking guy, Jesus. Oh no.
Anything but the fucking...
Yo, we good to go? Come on then! Push out! Yeah, good to go!
I have no gun. It's not rendering right now.
New magazine!
Great diplomacy.
Flash out!
Hey, Alpha! Get back here, moron!
Tried?
Okay.
For the balcony.
Alpha secure! Wait! Counterattack incoming!
Coming in!
Hostiles on Alpha! asshole. What are you doing?
Where the fuck, dude?
Hide and seek champion.
Parasite's over.
Fucking piece of shit.
Enemy spotted!
Grab you.
Bro, watch out! Step back!
Get away from it.
I can't fucking believe this bullshit.
On the ground now!
My bad.
I'll go. On me.
Right there! Right there!
On your left.
Fucking kill them! Reloading!
Securing Charlie!
I'm reloading! Gonna use a Molotov!
Got Charlie!
Come on! Good to go!
Another one.
Flashing! See!
Down!
Got me too. Feel right to the wall.
Lucky.
Get ready!
Let's do it!
Station, we're ready to assist. Just let us know what you need.
Get me back up! I need to reload! Smash out!
Get off to it. Oh, clear, get off, get off.
Bring the green, dude. Let's go. That's done. Okay. Don't be stupid, man. Give up.
Okay, we're taking Charlie now.
Yo, get me the radio.
We're taking Charlie!
Get me assassin! Get assassin here now. This position, you copy? Got Charlie! No! New man! Good shit! Hold up! Hold position! Cover the fire!
Moving into target.
I'll flag it! Flash out!
Top of the stairs.
SEAL team! Hostiles! We're losing charge!
Beginning attack.
Someone's hit!
Smoking suicide bombers.
Okay, gunship has finished its run. Bye for now.
Okay,
The Phasma doesn't kill you, the suicide bombers will.
eyes open, guys.
Observer, this is station. You have
Go for a flash down tunnel.
let the commander know.
Securing Alpha.
Call for a gunship!
Southwest!
Station, this is Observer. Get the gunship over here. We're gonna need it.
Alpha secured. Firing rocket.
Oh, changing mags.
Station, we're ready again on fire support if you need it.
Observer, come here. Yo, hey, I'm looking up.
Finish run. Assassin is exiting.
Where's the Observer? Reloading! Over there! That's a All right, this is getting ridiculous. Anyone hit?
I got the grenade, I'm fine. On the ground now! Come on! Reloading!
Okay, they're coming back. They're done their run. Station out.
Contact!
People inside the truck.
Contact west! They're coming back!
this is station.
Careful!
Get clear.
Thank you. Thank you.
Stupid
I
spaghetti!
didn't warn you, man.
Yeah, and 1 second later everything blew up.
Five. Third corner.
Securing Charlie! We're taking Charlie!
We're gonna need cleric! Tell them to send a healer! Over.
This is station, roger that. Stand by.
Reloading! Gonna use friendly camera! Hey! Speak up, how are we looking? Yo! They're at Charlie!
They're at Charlie!
We got eyes on. Firing now.
زهر منون!
Please.
I'm changing my magazine!
No.
Come on! Come on! Under me!
Why you take so long to get up there? What I was saying about one at a time. Alright, I leveled up. This shit haven't killed.
Alpha secured. We got Bravo! We just
Enemies close! Let's go, let's go! Hey, I'm gonna load up!
Okay, we're taking Charlie now.
Reloading!
I need to load!
Hey, I need to load! Fuck! Someone! I'm reloading the broken hand!
Reloading!
Let me load!
Yeah, come on, we gotta go.
Foxtrot!
It's clear! We cleared it! Are we okay?
What are you trying to do? They're going to find you! Enemy is taking Foxtrot! We are losing Foxtrot! Hey, get back here! What's wrong with you? Stay with us! Stay on the field!
How's it going?
running across the street. Oh man, they ain't give me nothing. Wow. Wow. Hillside, y'all, let's go. When I joined y'all, it was looking suspect. But now, I'll go to any war with you guys. Good shit.
Okay, bring what you need. All right, here we go.
on Alpha! Nice one, we got Alpha!
Get over there! I need a second!
sector. Got it. Dig in. We gotta hold it.
We're moving out. Get ready. Stick together, okay?
Check your equipment!
Flash out!
Hey! Let me do this! Hold on!
Отлично работа, ребята!
Enemies incoming! Are we all okay?
Now you just go over here!
Fuck, they hit me! I'm good!
What the fuck is going on? Enemies! Shit! Enemies taking him!
Losing B! You're in trouble now, asshole! Get down on the ground! Down on the ground! Do it! Get down! Whoa!
Everyone, get ready. Be careful!
I'm reloading!
Get on it! It's clear! We got there! Okay!
Come on, check weapons!
I think they're done!
New magazine!
Loading up! Changing magazine!
Clear! We got it!
We're moving out. Get ready. Ready! Okay, go!
Captain B!
Shit, you fuckers all died!
Wow. No wonder why y'all already lost. That's crazy.
There's a couple more jumps coming on this month, but they're all combat mass attack, which means get as many dudes into a plane as you can, have them all jump out together with combat gear. not a good jump per se.
All right then, get ready.
Like, I could do it, but do I want to? Absolutely not.
Throw that and dump in the trash. Right.
I'll put a boot in your ass. It's the American way. That's it. Jackson's like, this is super convenient because now I can climb up and
Look at you, killer! We're taking Charlie! Hey, I'm reloading! Charlie's clear! Got it!
Get over there!
Loading! I'm uninjured! Hey, I'm alright! I'm out! I'm loading! Look! Green to green, dude! Let's go! Good to go! Hey! Right there! Okay, let's do it! Good shit. Wait! Counterattack incoming! Yeah, let's go. How are we looking? Raising a fire. Yeah, good to go.
Shit! Shit! Shit!
We're coming!
I didn't know that. How do you keep on losing?
Question, would you want to play and see how you keep on losing?
No.
No, because this game isn't easy. This is a grown-up game. So the enemies are smart, and they shoot well, and you only get one life. So if you're out, you're out.
So the people you kill are out?
Yeah.
So you're pretty well like being the last person to be alive? You are an army, so but the last we did it. So you need to Yay! See? And now it's going. If this is not so, it's going to make it hard. Make it hard. More kindergarten Are you able to do the Russian mode? Yeah.
We gotta go. I'm good. I'm uninjured. Fuck! Some dickhead shot me. New magazine. Hold back. Okay. Yeah. Here we go.
Oh my god, no wonder we keep losing. That guy shot like 5 times, just pop, 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 like all around the guy.
They're coming!
See, that's how it's done.
Are you going to be in the building forever?
Hey, over here!
Hopefully not, but...
Get down on the ground now! There! They're on us! Moving!
I really can't with this team.
What if you go to the
I can.
what? Can or you can?
Yeah, I can.
Then why can't you? Why? You could do that now.
Did you give up on your teenagers?
My team in that game?
Yeah.
My team, I don't
right, I'm good. Okay, bring what you need. All right, I'm good. Bring the green, dude. Right, let's go. Get moving. I need guys over here.
Oh!
Yeah! We destroyed Bravo! Nice!
Yes.
Hold your breath.
Eat it! That is the last time I move in with those two morons.
Smoke is out, barrage complete. Station out. Wait! Counterattack incoming! Yo! They're terrorists! Hey! They're taking Charlie!
All right, I'm good.
Okay, freeway disease!
Whoa, hey! Just a sec, reloading!
Eyes open, guys! Observer station, fire support is on standby to the word. Alpha's clear, we got it! Enemies on Alpha! Turn around, dumbass, you're going the wrong fucking way! Damn it!
Changing my magazine! Oh, crap!
You know what I mean? It's like this.
Over there! Give up! Over there! Get down on the ground now! What are you doing? Just give up! Enemy! Give up! Give up! What's that? They're coming back! You're going to die if you are! Why not give up?
I know, I know.
Enemies close!
I know where he is. Oh, he's on the other side, right there. He's right there. But he's being a pussy.
They're coming!
Asshole!
Right there! Enemies close! They're coming back! Right there!
Should stay home! Nice!
They didn't even want to respond to taunting. Shit. I'm out of bounds. I am out of bounds. Crap. I'm out of bounds. Yeah, restricted area. No, it was just they spawned in right in front of me, so I had to like bob and weave. I had to like bob and weave. It's kind of interesting. Nice. And I'm in restricted area. Damn it. Fuck. Oh shit, they're here. Oh fuck. No. Oh no.
I'm coming for you!
Beautiful. Is that an enemy helo? One moving in behind you to your right. Right there somewhere.
Someone find the commander! We have fire support connected! That's what's
Where the hell is the commander?
He shot me through the stairs.
Motherfuckers! We have contact!
Hello, everybody. Let's see if this is live. Is this live? Now, hello, everyone. How are we all doing? I know you're having a nice time. I know you're having fun. I've currently forgot my mouse, so just give me half a second while I grab the mouse from the other room. I have a mouse. Training assistant, fucking research assistant, are you holding the fort? Are you holding the fort? Training assistant, fluffy research assistant. Let's see. Hello. Yes, okay, apparently my slot has been taken by the trainee fluffy research assistant. I don't know, these canines are taking over historians' posts everywhere. Soon you'll find every university, all the history departments full of cute fluffy dogs teaching. Yes, and before any of you ask, he's being held up by my sister.
It's the same toaster. Yes.
It is the same toaster. I'm back in this place. You want the iron brew now?
No, thank you.
You not only want my seat and my job, you want my iron brew.
No, thank you.
I will allow you to take 2 of those things. I will not allow you to take the 3rd. Hello, everyone. How are we doing? Cute. Right. Ooh. There we go. Right then, let's go see the chat. Sorry about that.
Yeah, ask people to send.
I had left this elsewhere. It is the same toaster. This is not my own kitchen. This is the kitchen for where we're staying. Well, you're staying here last Sunday. We're staying here this weekend as well. If anyone wants to know what's expensive in life, try taking your family on holiday or going on holiday with your family to Cornwall for any kind of family event. We went to, what was it today? Port Isaac. Okay, for those of you who don't know Port Isaac, if you know Doc Martin, it's where that's filmed. It was also where Fisherman's Friends, the movie about the fisherman who sang sea shanties, was filmed. And I can also tell you that buying family members small trinkets and ice creams and things there can be very expensive. Witness today, I have spent more money than someone who has got Scottish and Cornish blood in him will ever feel comfortable spending in a single day. In fact, I'm suffering mild trauma from it. Hello, Carl McGasberg. Hello, Michael Cooch. Hello, Peter Dawson. My gosh, just enjoyed my listed cruiser series. 2 related questions come up. 1, naval combatant in 1890 era. Never mind theoretical range. What was the realistic battle range of the guns given fire control like they are all the time? What ranges did they expect to fight at? Let's put it this way. You're probably talking 6,000 to 8,000 yards is probably the maximum they're talking about. And a pragmatic range could well be as close as 4,000. Which also doesn't impact exactly what you think in terms of your armor you're going to put on the ship, because really, what chance is there of your armor resisting anything at that range? Hello, Tanya Belican. Hello, John Shea. Hello, Paul from Chicago. Hello, Steve McDevitt. And Calvin Gasberg. Hi, Steve Richards. Hi, Santa Canera. Hello, Malaga. Hello, Grace City. Hello, Alex Hunt. Hello, Anna Paul. Hello, Amelia. Let's see. Hello, Paul Westwick. Hello, Melanie. Hello. That's super funny. A friend of mine called it about 45 minutes before the announcement because BBC were already wearing black ties already. Yeah, they do start to have panic quite quickly. I have to admit, on the subject of Queen, as I think I've said already to some of you in conversations on this subject, in my experience, couples who have a very strong relationship, if they've been together to the end, when one goes, you tend to have the other one only around for roughly 18 months to 2 years. And that seems to be what happened here, in my mind. Hi, Colin Cameron. Hello, Bugger8229. Hello, Paul. What is this hair? Oh dear, Brooke. Zebedee, I'm very sorry about the fluffy cousins. Yeah, Zebedee was hoping this meant he got more fluffy cousins. Raleigh was kind of hoping it didn't. Raleigh was worried he was going to have a lot of corgis telling him what to do, because the trouble is, we've only just trained Zebedee out the idea that Raleigh is not a sheep to be herded. He might have a woolen coat, but the fluffy research assistant is not something that needs to be herded around. Really, he doesn't. There are times when probably he should be, but he doesn't. Yeah, Hannah, I'll let Queen lies the rest in Hollywood. Tomorrow you should see the Honors of Scotland. It's been a long time since they played a part in a funeral. It hopefully will be very, very well done. I'm hoping so. There is one which is slightly worried with the current Scottish leadership that they might choose to try and make political points out of it. But I'm hoping they don't. I'm hoping they play to the full traditions of Scotland and what it can do at its best. My God. So, since the dream has been hijacked, what is the corgi perspective of the current state of the Royal Navy? They don't have enough corgis. Seriously, Zebedee thinks they should have corgis for every ship. Just imagine the boarding actions. It'd be a case of, right then, we're ready for the Royal Marines. What are those small things coming over on jetpacks, though, that look like rather large potatoes? Oh, good God, it's the flying corgis! You thought the Gurkhas were bad and scary. Wait until you see the flying corgis arrive. Karen, I was at East Throon yesterday and was surprised the Fritzek was about the same size as the 700-pound World War I RAF bomb. Was that the actual size of the one that hit the Warspite? I think the Warspite one that hit the Warspite might have been a tad bigger, but not that much bigger than that one. Max realistic was 78,000 yards. What's the maximum range of the guns? More than that. It's always a scary thing when your guns outrange your sensors, because it means you either have to do a lot of work on your sensors, or you are now in a race against your opponent over who spots who first. Because if your guns outrange your sensors, their guns probably do as well. Hell, Dr. Clark, why didn't the Admiralty consider redesigning the Admirals with an all-or-nothing production rather than throw away the design completely and restart the GE3 and 3 studies? They'd already built too much of them. They're already too far along. You either completed them as you had them and they mucked around several times, or you threw them away. Or the other option is convert them to an aircraft carriers, which is what I would have done. With deck-edge lifts. Nice deck-edge lifts. And a nice 2 to 3 inch armor deck. Nice shot, Max. Nice effort. I had an idea for the Yamato of doing one with 2 secondary turrets on each side, kind of in the corners. Interesting idea. Sure. Update on the Spanish succession game involvement. Our diplomats have mapped up so badly the French and the Austrians allied and are now angling to restore James to the throne. Life happens. Alexander, humor-related, are you doing fight camp next year? I might go with Drac. I might. I need to get myself sorted out and actually get to some lessons, because I'm good at saber work, but I haven't done much HEMA work, honestly. So we have questions. I'm seeing the Sandan class are about ready for use in Ukrainian servers. Given that they already have what I assume is fairly high-risk sonar, what luck might they have versus subs? Well, their sonar is, of course, focused on minesweeping, which means they're not the best for oceanic anti-submarine warfare. However, in littorals and shallow water, they can be particularly menacing. So, we will see. Graham, they won't dare mess this up. One protester today got a rather nasty shock. We can hope so. I would prefer it to be a credit rather than a bait. Which is 1 corgi equal to 1 emu? Let's put it this way. In a fight between the two, I have a feeling it would be a very interesting stalemate, where the emu could certainly outpace the corgi, but the emu could not outturn or outdig the corgi, and in fighting terms, they would probably come off about equal. So it would be a case of you can outrun, but you can't outfight. Seneca Nera, I don't think Charles III will resign. I think he will do like his mum did and die on the throne. How long he's on the throne for is a different matter, because he's always looked a little less well and fit and healthy than her to me. But I wish him... It's God save the king now. So I wish him all the best. I hope he does really well, because if he does really well, Britain will do well. It's not the same as with a Prime Minister these days, but it still has a big impact. The British monarch does have a big impact on our foreign policy and on our presentation of ourselves to the world. It can be scary how much of an impact they do have. And it's worthwhile having. It's a USP. And I'm always very loath to throw away USPs. hoping we can get Prof. Lambert as a guest on Bill Trump's. Him and Michael Clapp are most requested returners, and so I'll be talking to them about the coming back. Well, I'm in the kitchen. Well, the place I'm staying, let me explain. And it's far easier to show you than really to explain. So, camera moving. Ba-ba-ba-ba-ba. There you go. There's the internet. There is the only cable in the house. There is the internet. This is the blue cable I brought with me. As a backup, just in case. So, as I brought that cable with me as a backup just in case, that limits where I can be. So I'm in the kitchen. There is no insulting the sovereign law in the UK. Sadly. But no. It's for the best, because in nice way, the moment you have any law like that, people can start abusing it. But okay, if you know, was the Lion class going to use the same type of turrets and guns Nelson class, and if it's not, was there any designs debate on using the same type to save time? No, they had new, better 16-inch guns. They were also going to be able to retro upgrade it into the Nelson class, so they could have their guns upgraded. And they were going to have new turrets, but based on that turret design, but actually going back to the original turret design of the Nelson turret, the original one pre them trying to lighten it and actually making it heavier. Andrew, when building the Brandenburg class in the 1880s, why did the Germans not go for 6 11-inch 40 barrels instead of going with 4 11-inch 40 and 2 11-inch 35 guns? They've known the differences in ballistics. Displacement, cost, and someone had a bright idea. Remember correctly, someone had a bright idea. Dog C, what would you build instead of Yamatos for the IJN? Well, the thing is, I've also said, if I'm not building Yamatos for the IJN, then I want to build more units. If I'm building the Yamatos, then I want them to be known about around the world, so they have their big image effect. Remember, as I often point out with capital ships, the point about a capital ship is it is a status unit. And a status unit can only have status if people know about it. So there's no point having a secret battleship. Having secret flotillas of submarines and destroyers, that makes sense in World War II.
Once I tell you what this is all about, there's no going back.
Oh.
This phone belonged to a kid who went missing down here 15 years ago.
What an unusual turn of events.
You ever feel like something from the past is missing from your future?
You think you will find meaning at the end of this?
The Resort, all new, Sunday at 9, only on Showcase. Missed the premiere? Catch up on Stack TV.
Not that I'm sure that anyone had secret flotillas of destroyers or submarines, and I'm sure no navy had a whole load of destroyers which were technically classified as being ready for the scrap, which are then modified very quickly upon war starting to break out in starting the process in 1938 using plans drawn up in 1937 and are in service fighting the war by 1939. No navy had done that. But yeah, having secret capital ships is kind of oxymoronic. Because the whole point about a capital ship is it is a capital ship. It is a status unit. You want people to know about it. But if I wasn't building Yamatos, and I was Japan, I'd probably be thinking, okay, in the distances of the Pacific, I want something big, but fast and long-ranged. So I'd probably be going with a treble 16-inch gun design. And I'd be trying to I'd almost probably be looking at the Nelsons and the Dunkirks and going, can I build something super efficient that can make the best use of my infrastructure and give me firepower? What warship we named for the Queen and New King? I doubt we'll see a new warship named for Queen Elizabeth II for a while. We've got Queen Elizabeth I already named for in terms of the aircraft carrier in service. And the rule is we don't tend to name for a ship for a monarch until after they've finished being our monarchs, after they've died. So don't expect to see a Charles III vessel sailing around for a while. As a rule, King Charles has not exactly been a name the Royal Navy has gone with. Mainly because of various interesting events with both of them. So it'll be interesting to see. Hello, Wayne. I was wondering, next class iron battleship should be named after the Queen's Corgis. To have enough ships to name after all the Queen's Corgis, it would have to be a class of frigates. But guys, how much actual power does the King or Queen of the UK have? That's kind of like asking how many divisions does the Pope have. In theory, the Queen, the monarch, reigns and the Prime Minister rules in Britain. But the fact is, the monarch has a lot of informal power in that they can highlight causes. If the monarch gets involved, that gives a lot of publicity to something, and it always automatically forces the government to do something about that scenario. So if the monarch supports something, their mere presence turning up and looking at it gets newspaper focuses, which gets column inches, which gets the government to have to respond. So it's kind of one of those scenarios where it's a constitutional monarchy. We have a head of state who is a monarch, who provides us with stability and provides also the Prime Minister. One of the other things which often is forgotten is the Prime Minister has a weekly audience with the monarch, where they can discuss what's going on in the world with the monarch. And they are required to do this. Almost every Prime Minister who's ever spoken about them has said the same thing. It's amazingly useful to have one person you can go and have a conversation with. And it's completely discreet. Nothing that's said in it will ever get out. Nothing will ever be discussed with other people. So you can have someone else to share your problems with completely without any issues, without it being problematic. I was wondering why you were scuffing your feet. You break the heels. And I'm sounding like my grandfather, but you break the heels.
I haven't got. I'm just no. These sandals actually. They haven't got heels.
They have got heels. I know because I can see your foot on them. Sorry, torturing a sister. It's what brothers do.
I'm trying to be in two places at once.
I've told you before, cloning is the answer. At least 4. But no, those meetings with the Prime Minister, for the Prime Minister, the Queen, are so useful. It's a very different scenario. One of the things that interesting conversations I've heard about, and this is it could be entirely apocryphal, but it was, I think it was one of the presidents of the time talking to Tony Blair, and he was saying everything rests on me. I have no one to talk to. Basically, I can talk to my staff, but they're all looking to me to make decisions. Da 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 da. And Tony Blair basically was glowing back. Well, I can go have a chat with the Queen, and I weekly have a chat with the Queen, who can be my sounding board, who I can explain problems to and discuss things with, and doesn't necessarily give me advice or doesn't necessarily give me advice, and certainly doesn't tell me what to do, but is there as someone for me to basically bounce ideas off. And that's useful. I think of it in terms of a ship's captain. And the ship of state is far more complicated than a warship, but the principle remains. Just think how many ship's captains would love to have had someone they could talk to on a weekly basis who will keep it completely discreetly, has tons of experience, and will just act as a sounding board for you. It'll just be heaven for them. How did the first ironclad and the iron armored warships align compared to each other? What issues did the refitted line ships have? The refitted line ships were heavy, difficult to maneuver. They often suffered various forms of wear and rapid rusting, and very difficult to maintain. Ironclads tended to be slightly better, but not much better. Basically, all of the original ironclads and the iron armored ships that are sort of at the same time are all a period of transition. They're all universally terrible. So I don't understand why nor is it known about Type 83 as the carriers underperforming as well. The carriers aren't really underperforming. The carriers are doing fine. You're just running into the problems of having only 2 carriers. This is the trouble. Everyone said from the beginning this was going to be a problem of having 2 carriers, but no. Lots of people quoting me going, no, we've worked out the stats. BAE have drawn up all these details. The Ministry of Defence are certain that 2 carriers are going to be fine because this is the theory and the projections of the maths. And the likelihood of this event happening and this happening is 1 in this and 1 in that. And I'm sitting there listening to going, yeah, and sod's law is those 1 in happen. And those 1 in have happened, and this is why you need more than 2. I'm sorry. I have said this many times. 1 is a white elephant, it's equal to none. 2 is a capability when it's available. 3 is an availability. 4 is a guaranteed capability. Okay, there's a reason the strategic deterrent has 4 boats. There is a reason we have 4 boats for the strategic deterrent. It's not because we like spending money. It's because to guarantee 1 at sea on patrol, 365 days of the year, no matter what happens, you have to have 4. And so here is the thing. If you wanted to guarantee the UK had a carrier battle group ready to go, you would need to have 4 carriers, 12 destroyers, probably 16 frigates, and 4 support ship groups, and that would all have to be assigned to the carrier battle groups, and probably 4 SSNs as well. All assigned for that tasking to guarantee a carrier battle group availability at sea. To guarantee an availability, take that number, divide it all by 4, and times by 3. But what do we have? We have 2 carriers. We have 6 destroyers. You're starting to see the problem here. So yeah, things happen. You are talking about a very complicated, very advanced piece of machinery which has a lot of components which are being sourced by the lowest bidder. I can't think what things could go wrong in them. We don't think name ships after the current monarch. We always name them after the former monarch. Since King George the VI. I did actually think at one point Charles was going to be George the VII, but no, he's decided he's going to be Charlie Boy the III, apparently. At least we don't know really until he's coronated what his coronation name's going to be. Professor, could you imagine the impact of having a cult fluid to the tribals tucked away in Canada prior to World War II? It'll be very, very nice, thank you. The Royal Navy will be very happy with that. Mine and Drak's paper, when it eventually gets published, which is going to be soon, has them a little bit bigger. Not a massive lot of hard power, but a massive soft power to put into geopolitical terms. Yep. Do you have a common new cruisers? Japan as much as it is. They seem almost battleship size. That's going to be in bilge pumps, which is probably going to come out tomorrow. I've had to do a lot more editing to it than normally because we had the internet connection keep going down, so it's taken longer. Especially as, well, I've been away for my mum's birthday, so sorry, that came first. One is something I do voluntarily for fun and because you all enjoy it. The other is something which, if I didn't do right, I would no longer be here to do anything for you. Okay, so I think back in June, you did Technology Introduction to a History of sorts, playing a video game. Are there any plans to continue the series? There are plans, but I'm still working on what a good video game for it would be. Gareth from our trip to Canada has got an idea. And yeah, so working through that. St. Richards, would you have built the I-400? What's your view on them? Yeah, I'd have built the I-400. Frankly, if I was the Japanese, I'd have built every submarine I could get my hands on, especially long-range ones. The other thing you might want to point out is our armed forces squarely just a monarch. Tell our folks why. Basically, it's a counterbalance to the power of the Prime Minister, as it's being constitutionally accepted currently. The idea is that the Prime Minister, of course, in the UK has the fact that they're automatically the leader of the largest party in the House of Commons. And whilst Britain's historical backbenchers are sufficiently self-possessed that turning that into a dictatorship would be very interesting to watch happen, and would really, no matter what people might portray occasionally in the press, etc., trying to get any major political party in the UK to all go in one direction enough to turn a majority into something akin to a dictatorship, to do the sort of things you need to do to be a dictatorship, would be incredibly interesting and incredibly unlikely to happen. There is a reason why in fact, all the things that went through, broadly speaking, for COVID, etc., had time limits on them. Was because the only way they could get them through was if they had the time limits on them. Then they need to be reenacted by Parliament. And that was also another reason why some of them weren't repealed, because they just thought, well, why devote parliamentary time to repealing this when it's going to be out of the commission in 2 months anyway, and we can just use it while we're finishing off the things anyway. But no, so the thing is, the armed forces swear loyalty to the monarch, not to the Prime Minister, because the monarch is head of state and therefore represents the nation. And also it means if the Prime Minister does try to do dictatorial and it gets problematic, then technically the monarch can order there to be another election to check that the British public agree with what's going to happen. And the thing is, if anyone tries to stop her ordering that election, or him ordering that election, then the very nice people who actually have all the guns belong to them. But the fact is, because those people who have all the guns are also paid and kept in existence by Acts of Parliament, there is a balance of those two. Because if you're worried about the monarch doing that when it's not supposed to, then Parliament can actually disband those things. So it's a case of both sides have a method of controlling the other. It's a balance. It's a fudge. It's a British Constitution. Wait, what? I pity your sister. Oh, please don't. She gets her own revenge. Very well much. Often. She gets her own revenge. But again, is that why your carriers were named Queen Elizabeth and Prince of Wales? To an extent, it was their turn. Given the number of sister interruptions we've seen in videos, is 4 clones really such a good idea, Michael Coach? Could be interesting for me to deal with. But I could also have a lot of fun with that. Who would you choose as World War II British Admirals be to replace the doorman at Java Sea if you could have replaced him? See, the thing is, there's not much more you can do than Dorman tried to do.
For a limited time, Teen Burgers are just $3.99
to do at the Java Sea, but if you had Vian or someone out there like that, actually no. You need a cruiser specialist who's used to doing this cruiser stuff. Harwood. If I was going to pick anyone, it would be Harwood, because if anyone can pull a cruiser rabbit out of the hat, it's probably him. For all, as I've said before, he is not good at playing the Commander-in-Chief politics game, because that wasn't what he was trained for. He was being trained up for the South American, South Atlantic stations, maybe Second Sea Lord. If he did really well, that was where he was going. Not the political side, not the First Sea Lord post, not Third Sea Lord, not dealing with any of the Mediterranean or any of those sort of things. And when he's put in Levant, he's out of his depth, because that's not what he's been trained for, and that's not what he's really suited for. And the Royal Navy, this is something which sometimes people find it strange for. It's like you don't have ships, you don't have, not all your ships are going to necessarily be first rate. Not all of your officers, and even your senior officers, are being recruited for the same senior roles. Some of your officers, you're recruiting because you only have so many people who will be good enough to get to a certain rank and actually deal with the issues at a certain rank. And some will be better at dealing with certain areas of those issues than others. And that's fine if you need enough of those officers, because if you need enough of them, you're going to have enough breadth of taskings that you can still make use of those people, so you promote them. And that's Harwood for you. Because having 3 units in a class and one not seeing in time is still wartime training forces. Yes, it is. Basically, peacetime is usually a rule of 5. Who was the last Prince of Wales who didn't become king later on? Ooh. There were some in the run of the Georges. There are some interesting ones in the runs of the Georges. Most famous, of course, there was Arthur, Henry's older brother. This was the treaty considering to replace cavalry ships when they got 30 years in clear life. Did the RN have plans to replace Rana Pulse? And what was the replacement design? Vanguard. I'm fairly certain that's what Vanguard, etc., are being produced for. Vanguard, basically the light, fast battleships are being produced to replace things like the battle cruisers. Maybe later on. Why did the Royal Navy stand in the stood down in the Indian Ocean, East Africa coast after Ceylon raid, Japanese and Brunei? In between 8 foot. The Royal Navy didn't stand down in the Indian Ocean. They didn't. The Royal Navy, after the Ceylon raid, had to rebuild. They had to go and support various other operations in Madagascar, etc. You only have so many ships available, so you do move ships around. But no, the Indian Ocean Fleet and the fleet in the ocean stays there and does lots of duties in between 1942 and 1945 and takes part in a lot of operations. There's a lot going on there. They do have needs for ships elsewhere, Warspite, etc. Carriers have to move around. But the thing is, you're dealing with a Navy which has a lot of global commitments, and it's supposed to take the lead in the European waters, in the Mediterranean waters, and the Americans are taking the lead in the Pacific, and the Indian Ocean is sort of this third option in the middle. So it doesn't necessarily... It's more a case of the Indian Ocean doesn't get the attention to what operations were going on, then there's nothing actually going on. Shall I assume that the Tiberian Free grows a bit every week? A little bit. Greg Schwartz, Frederick, son of George I, died before he could become king, but all the time since Edward, son of Edward I, have been the heir. Doc, yes, but he claimed as Charles III has referred to himself as such as the Eccentric Council. I know, but it wouldn't be the first time a monarch has proclaimed themselves under one name at the Eccentric Council and then been coronated under another name. We are Britain. We have some wonderful and glorious history. I'm a historian. That's the curse of me. I know these things. Honourable, what are the chances we get to see a Coronation Day review for King Charles's coronation, perhaps in June next year? Doubtful, and the coronation's not going to wait till June next year. The coronation will have to be on a saint day, and by tradition, it's the first saint's day after the funeral of the previous monarch. No, that was the thing established by after Victoria's reign. It'll be interesting to see when it happens and what exactly it takes place. And also who shows up. Remember, who shows up to the funeral is going to be one big test of international relations. Who shows up to the coronation is going to be another. Chance of a Coronation Day review, though? I'd say low. If you think organising heads of state to come visit these things is tough, organising ships to be free is even tougher. Well, also, how about this right here? Instead of naming the Dreadnought Submarine Warspite, change the name to Queen Elizabeth II. Save the name in Warspite for the next pair of carriers alongside Ark Royal? Nah. Queen Elizabeth II would never want to be named after a boomer. She was all about being able to do the soft power diplomacy. A boomer can't do that. Connie, what's the 100-year-old floating dry dock the Soviet desert Russians have this limiting factor on the size of Kuznetsov? It was one of them, but not all of them. But guy, with the 21st anniversary of 9/11, did the UK and Europe go on high alert, or was that just the US right after the attacks happened that day? I think the rest of Europe was on a level of alert, but I don't think it was necessarily high alert. Hello, I was asking. Amanda Zero, doesn't the monarch have immense fortune? Well, this is one of those interesting things. Now, technically, the monarch has this thing called the Duchy of Lancaster, which is set up to support the monarchy. What the monarch does is anything they run the Duchy of Lancaster, but they turn over the profits, well, all of them, to the government. In return, the monarchy gets given the sovereign grant, which allows them to run the functions of monarchy. Broadly speaking, that's how it works. It gets interesting because then you have people turn around and go, oh, they're getting the taxpayers' money. And you're going, well, actually, no, they're turning over more each year in sovereign grant than they are. They're turning over more each year in money from the Duchy of Lancaster than they're getting in sovereign grant. And then usually people go, well, that's the public's money anyway. And you go, oh, well, yes, but now you're not making the case of you're upset with them getting taxpayers' money. You're basically upset with them getting any money at all, which suggests you're of the Republican persuasion and you're trying to hide behind fake arguments. Just say what you want to say. Some of us like having a monarchy because mainly we don't have to have some form of... Well, no. This is the main big problem for the UK. If we get rid of the monarchy, let's say we replace it with a presidential system. Well, then you're going to have an elected president and an elected prime minister. The trouble is the president might get elected by the public and have a lot of public support, but they won't have the control of parliament because that's what the prime minister has. Because the prime minister is, by de facto, the leader of the largest party in parliament. So then you have a scenario where you could very much have constantly political gridlock, especially if you give the president any political power. And who's going to want to run elections for a thing which is just a ceremonial post? Admittedly, some people might like to just have that popularity contest, but those are probably not going to be people you want representing your country on the international stage as your head of state. So, yeah, welcome to a really modern conundrum that is probably the reason why things won't change, despite a very small and very loud, active, and I would say quite creative minority agitating for it. Because they're very good at the first 10 words. They're not very good at the words which come after that. Stephen Richards, if you build a Japanese subs, do you change the doctrine more aggressive? Okay, so let's start off with this. The common thing you hear about Japanese submarines is they weren't aggressive enough. Okay, why? They didn't go after trade. What trade were they supposed to be going after? This is the question. What trade were the Japanese supposed to be going after? Because are you talking about the huge amount of trade going between America and South America down the Pacific coast? Because that's a long way from Japan. That's going to require a lot of support to get it across there. And honestly, they'd be better off trying to take the Pitcairn Islands first, and probably would take them before anyone noticed them. They'd taken them, and then using that as a base. And trying to sustain that. But either way, that's going to be a lot of logistical effort. Okay, what about the trade going between America and Australia? Well, that's fun to go after, because that often quite goes the southern route. Which means it goes down and along, rather than going right across. In which case, it's still a long way away. There is not... They're compared to the Germans and they attack on the Atlantic, where there's a huge flow of trade running across to the UK, but the Germans are operating from France. They're operating from all these bases which aren't that far away from the UK, where the trade is going to, and the trade cannot really divert around them. So they can do that. But for the Japanese, that isn't really an option, because America's biggest trading partner in the Pacific is Japan. So if they're fighting a war, there's going to be no huge amount of trade going across the Pacific that the Japanese can interdict and destroy. That's their problem. Raparosa, hello, Brad Vinette. Hello. Raparosa, which should I fear more when it comes to hideous aircraft, the Blackburn or the Avro Bison? Blackburn. The Bison didn't fly that well. How would you employ the A400 class? Probably would have tried to do some stuff off the coast of Australia, because that would have been possible. But yeah, then I'd have had to make sure I had bases to support them. So it would have been a two-stage thing. It wouldn't just be having the class. I'd have to do the things to get me there. Hi, Jack Ray. Dr. 95. Women's campaign did Amanda Arctic Warfare category get the credit they do? They do if you read Julian Thompson's book. Other books, especially some of the books written by other branches of the forces, tend to overlook them in favour of more sneaky-beaky units. Alright, Dr. Clark, I know Iron Subs had fun in the Med. What about Pacific? They had fun in the Indian Ocean as well. In the Pacific, they had fun when they got there, but they've been withdrawn from there, and by the time they get back, the Americans have done most of the good hunting. They didn't leave them anything, it was just terrible. Medal 81, hi. Who was the best Royal Navy Admiral of World War II? Andrew Cunningham, Bertram Ramsay, Max Horton, James Somerville, or any other others miss? Probably Cunningham. Followed by Somerville. I'm not always the biggest fan of Horton. Ramsey's fairly decent. I'm thinking that he definitely ranks in up there, probably between next to Somerville. Vian's pretty good. I have time for a fair number of the others as well. Trouble is, the RN loses a whole crop of its senior officers just before war begins. They all die of various diseases. Most thinking, wasn't there a large gap between her father's death and Elizabeth's coronation? Not that large a gap, really. Often, if you watch some of the movies and programs about it, it seems like a large gap because so much gets done in between. So anyway, have you read the Muscov's maintenance report from 2 weeks before it sank? Not yet, no. It's on my list of things to read when I get home, but honestly... So anyway, Zach 18, isn't that the Crown Estates and not the Duchy? The Duchy are the Crown Estates. The Crown Estates are the Duchy of Lancaster. It gets fun, because people like to refer them as different names to try and confuse the issue sometimes. But the Crown Estates can also refer to the Duchy of Lancaster and the Duchy of Cornwall, which is what supports the Prince of Wales. Why do you have to reorganise and spring clean the entire house and make a load of noise whenever I do a live?
Because Mum just insisted that he didn't.
No.
I didn't mean to knock it over.
He did. I love you dearly, but you are never going to be quiet.
Fell over. Yes, I got told off.
And if you consider that telling off, we have to have a conversation at some point. That was a sarcastic comment. You're British, know the difference. Love you too, sis. In my defense, I have paid for all the parking today, so you know. Sam McDevitt, I apologise in advance for yes. So our current, it's not good at turning up for official stuff like coronations. I'm fairly certain Biden's already said he's going to be there for the funeral. And I wouldn't be surprised, actually, at the moment. The interesting thing is, I have this feeling that Xi Jinping, President Xi, might actually turn up to the funeral as well. I have this, I don't know what it is, but there is part of me that just thinks he will turn up for this because the Queen Elizabeth dying is one of those figures it's kind of like Nelson Mandela in very different ways. Please note, I'm not saying they're the same or have the same stories, but there are personalities who, for whatever reason, become touchstones of an era. And $3.99, living in time, Tim Berners on $3.99.
Beautiful.
When they die, when they die, everyone turns up to their funerals, and Mandela was a touchstone for all the apartheid. The Queen was a touchstone because of all she lived through, and because of all she was there through as the sort of constant and presence in everyone, in the background of everyone's lives. It's a different thing, but she was there for that, all that. And I can imagine quite a few people are going to turn up to her funeral. I would be very surprised if the vast majority of European and both elected and monarch heads of states and most of the Commonwealth ones do not turn up at the bare minimum, and I wouldn't be surprised if a lot more as well do as well. The Queen's 2 will be the Super DD class UK builds after they perfect and they've already gone. Probably. At this rate. Calm re-monarch versus public money. Yeah, but then the monarch performs public diplomatic president duty. Also gives a baseline stable family a few centuries, and they tend to amass enough wealth and property. Yep. First 10 words. It's a debating phrase. 10 words. So let's put it this way. If I was a Republican candidate and I said the words, because the American people know how to spend their money better than the government does. That's a great line. Sounds good. What's 10 words after that? What's the 10 words after that? That's sort of the line, and that's actually verbatim almost from West Wing, I don't remember correctly. But the point is, you can have the first 10 lines, the headline, the snappy part of a tweet, and that can get you a lot of points, but it's asking me what's the next 10 words after that, and 10 words after that. What's the explanation that goes deeper? Hi, Grace Darcy. Hello, Nook. There you go. Will RN start using ASRock RUM 139? I think it would be massively it would massively increase our capability. It would be nice. We'll see what they get. They're planning on putting a Mark 41 VLS on, but I'm thinking it might end up being Talam focused and loadout. Tyler Rose. Hello, Tyler. What are the conditions like for the different navies through the age of sail? Depends what you're talking about. As a rule, some of the cleanest ships in the world were the Royal Navy ships, despite them often being the ones most often at sea. Mainly because they were obsessed that cleanliness basically made them healthy and kept them healthy because they were at sea. Whereas a lot of ships where they were spent more time in port tended to be dirtier because they could get ashore. But I have a feeling that's not specifically what you're asking about. If you could give me a slightly more fulsome question, I can probably give you a better answer to what I think you're asking for. But I wouldn't like to jump in because I might end up answering a whole question and it not be the type of thing you're asking for. Well, from Chicago, I think technically America's biggest trade partner in the Pacific is Canada. Technically, but in 1920s and 30s, Japan was the biggest one the other side of the Pacific. They had any trade going across their oceanic domes. Hello. Probably don't remember. I do think I remember your name. We met briefly on Haida. I'm glad to be chatting to you again. I do remember a Brad. So I think you're probably the one I'm remembering. I think I only met one Brad that day. Colin Cameron, the UK tried a republic, it did not last. The next republic the UK got a look at, we after the French Revolution, and even though Paul went, no thanks. Yeah. Sean, I'm not even repeating that. No, we're not even getting there. Craig, I'm hoping the Taiwan Free Destroyer will be like the strike cruise and big vessels with 16,000 tons of displacement. If we don't get production numbers we need, I'm hoping we do, and they are, and we do. Sean, who's the worst Admiral of World War II? Axis, Allies, or Neutral? Oh. See, the trouble is, worst Admiral of World War II... You see, I would say if an admiral acts on the information they have available and acts with the best faith on the knowledge of the information they have available, then they're not a bad admiral. If they don't have a complete picture, because the enemy always gets a vote, they're not a bad admiral, they're just unlucky. And it's different being a bad admiral than being an unlucky admiral. But saying that, worst Admiral of World War II? Probably with Adolf Hitler, because the moment he orders that you cannot use their capital ships and cannot send them to sea, you make the Royal Navy's job dramatically easier and probably shorten the war by 6 to 8 months. That's the truth. This is the point which people often forget when they're talking about the Battle of Atlantic. It gets dramatically easier once it's a single plane of attack. And that was the problem with the Type 21s, etc., and the vessels which were coming out based on sort of the whole idea they're going to make the war far more difficult because they're going to be able to underwater more and they're going to be true submarines and all this stuff. It's all true. But also, that means their attacks are going to be torpedo-based attacks. They're not really likely to be using their guns, which means you don't have to worry about guns for your service escorts for things other than AA duties. Okay, they're carrying torpedoes, and they're going to be relying on the fact, well, we've got homing torpedoes already entering service on the Allied side, so you'll just fit torpedoes to your escorts. And yeah, you've got a lot of frigates, you've got a lot of flyer class, you've got a lot of escorts to put in the water. It won't make life easy, but it won't make it more difficult. It won't make it too, that difficult either. Whereas, if you're threatening with aircraft, i.e. Condors, if you're threatening with submarines, and you're threatening with major surface commands, you mean I have to focus my fleet on dealing with all those potentials, and I have to run my convoys based on dealing with all those potentials, and I have to design my convoys around dealing with all those potentials. That makes my life a lot more difficult. So, yeah. Worst Admiral World War II? Hitler. Oh, Rosa, the clock. How's the ability on the Flag class corvette? It was 89 people crammed into a ship which was roughly 1,000 tons. So, yeah, it was interesting, but not that bad. There are worse places to live. Basically, imagine a very heavily confined summer camp. Dorm accommodations. Wayne's website, we all know the ship's not built. Squad 1 especially interrupted what might have been the biggest technological jump in shipbuilding. Could certainly been interesting. Hi, Jamie. Hi, Aaron Countess. I'm in the kitchen because, as I said earlier, this is where the cable reaches to. It doesn't. King George's funeral was February 1952. Queen Elizabeth's coronation was June 1953. Oh, if I turn the camera on my sister, she'll disappear. That was I love you, clearly. That's a brother. Great. What does Bill Trump's get posted? Normally it gets recorded on a Tuesday and posted on a Wednesday. But so far it's been recorded on Wednesdays, 2 weeks running, and it's posted when it happens, appropriately, depending on what happens. Paul Trump's that's good enough. Had a weird but prominent career post shouldn't, and wasn't recalled in World War II. Do you know what happened? Basically, he wasn't considered fit for duty. That's incorrect. Duchess, Lancaster, and Cornwall are not part of the Crown Estate. They're often included in the Crown Estates. There's... Okay. Crown Estates, when you're talking about in its full phraseology when using it, you include Duchess of Lancaster and Cornwall. You also include all the palaces, Windsor, those sort of things as well. So yeah, that's the full load, plus a few other investments. So yeah, you're both right and you're technically right, I suppose, because, well, they aren't part of it in terms of they aren't the Crown Estates, because those are often used to refer to just Windsor, etc., but also sometimes Quite often people are only using the Crown Estates and they're talking about them, they conflate in the Duchies of Lancaster and Cornwall as well. It gets fun when you're looking at some of the assessments and some of the write-ups and some of the ways people write it up. Thank you, Bo Fry. It wasn't that long. It was a few days shy of 16 months between George. Yeah, that was actually quite an extended one. For various other reasons, that kept getting extended. Would Putin be welcome to the funeral? I think he's already sent him his condolences and said he won't be able to make it. Mainly because he's probably worried he'd get arrested. Possibly by Boris Johnson. Poland will send the president and the PM. Or the PM. I just wish someone else was PM or president since the current ones are potatoes. Look, people voted for them. Blue 81, hello. Is the reason Royal Navy submarine accomplishments during World War II played down because in a Allied public narrative, submarines presented as sneak weapons due to German U-boat warfare? Honestly, no. It's just... How do I put it? The Americans make a big song and dance about their submarine accomplishments. The British made a big song and dance about their submarine accomplishments during the war. There was a lot talked about in terms of what the U-class were getting up to in the Mediterranean, etc. I know I've picked up some magazines this week, which was great. But from World War II, magazines from that period. But there are issues in terms of how the cultural narrative has been written since World War II. In that the submarine became very much the focus of the Cold War threat, and very much focused on the Russians, and very much focused on what the Germans did in Battle Atlantic. And so our own submarine accomplishments have been forgotten and sort of stripped down the cultural memory in some regard, that therefore we don't really remember them, so we sort of almost forget that they happened. Graham Hannon, there is no set time. The coronation is more symbolic as such. You do not need one to be a monarch. Usually it's shorter, but yeah, it can be longer. It can take a while to organise a coronation, but as I said, it is fairly short, historically terms. However, the thing is, the last one was quite long, so long because they were rebuilding the abbey and they were all doing all sorts of things, and people worry about the cost because of World War II, etc. So it'll be interesting to see what happens this time. Oh, right. Were factors other than number of guns and weight considered in rating age of sail capital ships? No, pretty much it was number of guns. Or your pierced for number of guns. So it's how many piercings you had, not the number of guns you carried, but how many piercings you had in your hull for guns. Because you usually carried more guns than you were pierced for. Because you'd have smaller guns up on the top deck, etc. Aaron Contreras, where were the best places to sail during the age of sail according to accountants? According to accounts, where are the best places to sail? I thought you said accountants there. I was going, well, that's to accountants. They knew it was profitable. And likely to get home, so... Mediterranean was a fairly nice sailing. It was fairly good sailing in the Mediterranean. The Indian Ocean sailors tended to like the Indian Ocean. It was tending to be quite a good ocean to sail in, but getting there was an absolute nightmare. Chris Sasky, worst admirals, surely Jen Saul. considering the amount of videos I have coming out about French cruisers at the moment, I think if I am too rude about the French again, it's going to look like I'm anti-French. And the reality is I'm not. It's just they have an unfairly large amount of idiocy when it comes to their ships and their admirals sometimes. I think it's because that they're always trying to look for a way to do it better on the cheap. Good night, Amelia. Where's worse, all science technology? How much competition did Mussolini give where Hitler's worst admiral? Mussolini didn't really get involved as much as Hitler did. He certainly didn't issue any claims of no capital ship deployments. Greg H. Any news on shipyard extension? Not at the moment, but there again, that's to be expected. At the moment, all the news is going to be focused on one thing. This is Voxer. How serious was the Habakkuk proposal, and how would she have been used to build? What would she do in the Cold War? If built, she would have been a...
Savers know that if you save little things, you can use them to wash other little things. Savers also know they can find low prices like Western Family shredded cheese, just $4.29 each. You're next. Save on, Savers.
A floating carrier in the middle of the Atlantic, bridging the air gap for ships, for battle groups going, convoys going across forwards. You probably wouldn't need the escort carrier program if you had that thing, or a couple of them floating around the Atlantic. They'd suddenly be big enough, they'd be sitting there going, hello. What else would they be doing? Might be used to launch strikes on Norway or as part of D-Day, but I doubt it. I don't think you'd end up with one popping into Mediterranean, but you never know. And if you took one to the Far East, the Japanese would probably have a panic attack because they'd just be looking going, what the frigating frigate have you got? As for the Cold War, again, you've got a massive, great big, basically mobile island or mobile iceberg. Imagine what you can do with that. You'll probably end up with ballistic missiles based on it, as well as a ton of aircraft. I too. What bad admiral captain do you think was unfair in Milan and suffered more from bad intel luck rather than falling apart? Mostly Italian admiralty. Speaking of the Beltrams, the Admiral Chabarenko and the Uloy 2 supposed to come out from major refit in November for acceptance trials. I'll cross fingers for them. But they actually float. Rebrazer, Dr. Clark, not strictly naval, but who were Cisco's, Picard, and Janeway's RN counterparts? For Janeway, I'd say look at the captain who's currently in charge of Dartmouth, I think she is. I think that's where she's in taken over. For Cisco and Picard... Picard is a Cunningham in that style. He's also, if anything, he's a Cunningham, he's a Collingwood. He's that style of commander. Cisco has the ability to be far nastier if he needs to be. And that's a VN. Archie, what would happen if the US prior to World War II decides to seriously design an aircraft carrier to handle medium bombers and acts like they're building it to mess with the other powers? Also, hi, Well, hi, RG. Panic and construction. And probably the Japanese Shinano gets that built maybe a little bit quicker, maybe a little bit more effort put into her. So she can also take medium bombers. The British probably build something AK Malta-sized, because that would be able to be big enough and would have big enough lifts that it could take a load of mosquitoes, and that would be what they'd be basically building. They build something, probably a supersized Ark Royal, Malta-sized Ark Royal, if you think about it, if you can imagine that. Maybe with an armoured deck. And they probably build a couple of them. Then British, they build a few of them. Which is actually interesting, because if you did that, then you could end up with a carrier building race going into World War II, and could end up the British having more carriers in service, which would probably change the world a little bit. Let's see, various other reasons. Churchill wanting to maintain his position? There are almost so many options for that one. Churchill having lots of issues dealing with it. But also there were a lot of political discussions going on at that time. Okay, then, what was the World War II battleship was the most advanced in the war? Probably one of the Iowas. Because they're the most recent builds which actually sort of... I could pick a King George V, but nah. Vanguard into service too late, but yeah. It gets changed, Stafford. Politics 1. Why is your sister so shy about being on camera? You told her enough about her unique professional expertise to identify her. And I see a picture on multiple uni websites and so on. She managed to avoid having many pictures on uni websites. She's fairly good at hiding those things. But basically, no, she just doesn't like being on camera. She doesn't want to appear next to her brother. I would cramp her style. It's just terrible. What can I say? She'll put the dog up on camera, but she won't, appear on camera herself. What it is to have me as your brother. Before anyone really gets a joke, you should hear noises coming from the other room. I love it, Eddie. Exactly. The distinction is that the incumbents of the Duchy of Lancaster and Cornwall are not given over to Treasury in exchange for a civil list, unlike the Crown Estate. There have been so many different settlements reached on that one, so I wouldn't want to get into that too much. Because, as I was understanding it, some of their incomes are now as well. But there was a whole debate a couple of years ago, and 4 years before that, and 4 years before that. Greg H, I want the third Queen Elizabeth class and free Canberra class entities so we have free fleets. Why would you want Canberra class? Trieste. Look them up. They're far nicer. Canberras are the Australian version of the Spanish design, which is designed for basically to be a slightly advanced version of HMS Ocean. If you want something which is a truly utilitarian vessel, then you're going for Trieste class. As your basis. And free would be lovely. Because basically that gives you 6 flight decks. So that guarantees you 2 flight decks available. And the thing is, a Trieste class can fill in for a Queen Elizabeth class, and a Queen Elizabeth class can't really fill in for a Trieste class as a dock, but they can for an LHP. So if you have some docks as well wandering around, then you're far better. Basically, what you need is free Queen Elizabeths, free LHDs, and free Bulwark-style LPDs. And you'll always be able to guarantee the availability of at least 2 flight decks and at least 2 docks. Chris, if you want to lump them all together as Crown Estates plural, fine, but that wasn't the point of the original question. It was as I read it, but yeah. Don't worry, Greg. Also, yeah, my sister's main view on YouTube is that she does, because I try and get her to set up her own channel because I think it'd be fun because she is such a good engineer. She is a really, really smart engineer, really good at what she does. I try and get her to set up her own channel. So does Drak, because of course she taught him. So, you know, and that's the way she's got the seal of approval from Drak as being really, really good. But no, she does enough online teaching, etc., using Teams, etc. She doesn't want to do more on YouTube. But I tell her to do it because she doesn't get enough respect or enough, I would say, she doesn't get treated as well as she should for all she's done. She's got chartered in both the Institute of Civil Engineers and the surveyors, the Royal Institute of Surveying. She's correcting me, I got those wrong. ME. ABE, what's that? Okay. Different, so she got chartered in 2 different groups of engineers. She's Institute of Structural Engineers, sort of thing. Anyway, she's just really, really, really smart. And she doesn't get enough credit. Remember, Dr. Clark, yes, it's Clark's viewed as the peak USN World War II carrier development. Is there anything the Yorktowns did better? Well, A, it's the Midways, which are peak USN World War II carrier development. And I know some people view the Essex, but Midways are better. Yorktowns did better. I would say the Yorktowns were better for sustainability of operations. They had a lot of better, much better spaces for preps of machinery and maintenance of aircraft. I'm sure he'll televise it, won't he? If he doesn't, I think my mother would be leading the charge to be there with a camera. Grey H, is Iron Brew a good mixer? It does, but it does go some interesting colours. Okay, then, did the Nelson class shoot US 16-inch shells? I think they did look into it, and they decided not to do that. But it wasn't because they didn't have the capacity. I think it's because they just decided that the modifications necessary... Hello? I was wondering if the lights had blown then, but no, it appears to all be working. Okay, let's hope the internet's still working. Yes, the internet is still working, there's still connection, so that's good. But no, on the Nelson class and 16-inch shells, basically we had enough shells in stock, we didn't need to do it, but I have a feeling if you'd had a Lion class entered service, it might well have been found that they designed the guns so they could work together and interchange the shells, especially for any Pacific operations. For a look at how the public viewed the submarine service during World War II, the film We Dive at Dawn was shot during the war. Yeah, I know. It's a good film. Thanks for it. The clock. Would a depth charge or hedgehog squid projectile work as an air-dropped bomb? How effective? Depth charges were actually dropped from the air. I don't know if they ever did the hedgehog or squid projectiles, but depth charges were dropped from the air, and they did work. That is, if you look at the Sunderlands, that's one of their chief things they carry, a whole load of the largest, heaviest depth charges they could fit. HMS Habakkuk, the world's first mobile sea base. It would certainly have been interesting. It would probably have changed the entire picture of where they went with Captain Scarlet and the Sky Base, and probably Marvel's, where the Avengers had their base. Not the Avengers, the S.H.I.E.L.D. had their base with the helicarriers, because why would you want a helicarrier base if you could have a heli iceberg base? Yeah. Then about how do you get a Habakkuk to Japan? Built on Pacific? How much more would they melt in the warm Pacific? Well, that's the thing. The whole point of it was it had enough of a mixture of sawdust in the ice and machines to keep it cool. It shouldn't melt. So it should, in theory, work okay, because you'd be working at roughly the Pacific. Yes, you would pass through some warm waters, but you'd be going up. Let's put it this way: be interesting to see. It would work, but to get into the Pacific, you would have to take it round either the Cape of Good Hope or the Horn of Africa. Yeah, that'd be fun. It'd be depending which direction you took it round. Would you take it the South America route, or would you take it the Africa Indian Ocean route? Probably take it right down to the Antarctic and take it through that ocean, bring it up from there. I'm sorry, there are so many fighters buzzing around your building today, Wayne. Yeah, Aaron Cunders, I wonder if they put missiles on Habakkuk during the Cold War. Yeah, they'd have put missiles on it. It'd be massive. Everything they could have put on it would have been put on it. So, we're Republicans. Have you seen any thoughts on thought out plans for British Republic beyond Monarch bad? If so, what do you think of them, and what would Republic Royal Navy be called? They change their minds every 5 minutes. And no, I haven't seen any plan which really properly works it through. Usually it's we get rid and we replace them with this, and it's a case of, okay, that's fine, but have you thought through the second, third, fourth, and fifth order effects that's going to have, and the way you're going to have to change the whole constitution? Because you get rid of the monarchy, you are going to have to get rid of... Usually the things they go is, we just fold on all the monarch's powers and duties to the Prime Minister. Okay. Do you realise how powerful you would then be making the office of the Prime Minister? Because there are a lot of things which are theoretically the monarch's power, so technically the Prime Minister, whilst they exercise it, because remember they reign and the monarch rules, they have to go and technically ask the monarch for it. Which means they have to technically go and ask someone else before they can do it. Which provides just that bit of level of protection against someone actually doing it. Or they go, we'll give this thing to Parliament, or we'll give this to that. And there's going to be an absolute bun fight. The only way you get rid of the monarch is you have to have a massive constitutional settlement. And that means you have to redo the constitution, which means you also then have to work out how you're going to codify into a constitution all the devolved governments. Then you're going to have to do the settlement of what does England, the form of devolved government does England get. Then you're going to have to work out how the different powers of those governments, what their roles are going to be, what their boundaries are going to be. What kind of devolved government do you set up in England in the first place? Do you leave England as one devolved government, or do you divide it into multiple devolved governments? Either way, if England gets a devolved government, that's problematic. Because the trouble is, then there's going to be someone who's going to be arguing, hang on, why are we paying for all this? And yeah, it gets very problematic very quickly. It's a case of, I can see where they're coming from. There are many people who I admire who are ardent Republicans. I don't agree with them because I like having a monarchy and because, honestly, I think the changes you'd have to make would be an absolute frigging nightmare. And I don't see the point in changing something which ain't broke. But what can I say? There are people who are more committed to an ideal world than a real world in this world. And I have respect for them for having such commitment. To carry building racing model, that's sort of fun sentence for the Kriegsmarine, Ranger Marine, and IJN. No, it isn't, because let's be honest, if you have any kind of actual naval race going on, going into World War II, then probably the ones at the front of it are the British and the Americans. Especially if it starts off in the mid-1930s. Not fine, does royal family have to pay property tax? They don't have to, but they do actually pay the taxes on the things. Because they choose to. As in, the thing was, technically, we raise taxes in your name, so technically we can't charge you tax. Have you willingly decided to pay tax? So we are not going to push this issue. Archie, what happens if the 1989 Soviet Navy replaces 1956 Soviet Navy? The Kriegsmarine cries a lot. Maintaining it would be a nightmare, but it would be interesting to see what happened. Red Vanette, do you think any World War II era vessels could be modernized to serve today if they are kept? I think... you could have kept some of the larger ships in service, but again, they probably wouldn't still be serving today because there's a hull life factor. So hull fatigue. And, okay, yes, you could have kept them in reserve and looked after them that way and carefully taken care of them, but they don't tend to do that. I think the Queen won't personal assets. Business rates are favourable to the Crown Estate and Dutch properties. I think they do, but they don't have to. As I said earlier, I think the thing is they raise tax in the Queen's name, and therefore the Queen technically doesn't have. Whether she has to pay or not is a grey area of law, which no one's got into because she's kindly volunteered to pay tax. And I have no doubt that Charles will continue that idea. Alright, so with the benefit of hindsight, do you think the 1983 commissioning hours was a good idea? They've had worse. Security trap. Having seen both Fletcher and Travel Class destroy in person, what difference in the two have you come to appreciate that you didn't realise until you see your own eyes? Quite how big a difference designing a ship around, it's going to sound strange, focused around independent work versus fleet work changes the hull shape. Because really the Tribals do look like a long range for a cruiser. They do really look like a cruiser. And whereas the Fletchers look like big, powerful destroyers, they really do look like a cruiser. Where is it? Your sister could set up a channel and just not do lives. I suggested this. Where is it? Yeah, we've done new cruisers are on the next build from coming up. No, don't think the midways were finished before the end of the war has ended. I think one was in service just as the war ended, or just about entering service. But they're good. Okay, well, you can clarify.
I'm only assault for it.
You're associated for Ricks.
Yes.
And you are structurals?
No.
No, ICE?
ICE, yes.
Yes.
Association with Building Engineers.
Association of Building Engineers. Okay. MCIB, chartered.
Construction manager.
Basically, you've got how many letters after your name?
26.
26 letters after her name. Some of us may do with just PhD, MRes, and BA, but you know, she's got 26. She's smart, as I said. Very, very smart. Hello, Sea Dollars. There's no surge protector on this system at the moment. Mainly because it's being used elsewhere. But again, did any navies share major naval calibers with shells of another country? I think the Dutch and the Swedish were sharing stuff. Jack Ray, by the way, I suggest getting a voltage regulator for your new computer setup. It helps smooth out power variations that a surge protector does not. I will look into it. As long as I have the money in the kitty when I go to do it, I will get it. Or I will get it down the road. Sea Dollars, if the multi-class was built and entered service, would the RN also build a Minotaur 9047 class as a provider squad? Unlikely. But you never know. So anyway, how bad would it be to a crew member on the Blackhalk? It would be a kind of interesting command structure. I have a feeling the chiefs would have had to have had even more power for latitude in discipline management than they normally did. But again, was the US the only country to limit their ship size to Panama Canal? Yes, because it makes sense for the US to limit it to the Panama Canal because they have to get it through there. Whereas this is the point I sometimes make, which causes people to have panic attacks when I say, well, the British were also preparing to fight a Pacific War, and they go, well, no, they haven't got their ships, haven't got the range to do this and this, and you're going, but the British ships are not going to come across the Atlantic, through in the Caribbean, Panama Canal, and across the Pacific that way. They're going to go through the Mediterranean, down North Atlantic, through the Mediterranean, Suez Canal, Indian Ocean, around Singapore, and up through the South China Sea. That's a very different route. That requires very different logistics. That's going to be a very different ship criteria when you can balance it against other things than you're going to build it for the other way. And that causes people to go, I know most of you on the channel have heard this before, but, you know. Richards, have you sold your books? Not yet. I'm hoping to get deals signed for 2 books in a not too distant future. They're written and going in, and then I'm going to get work on a few other things. And frankly, there is part of me which is tempted to say that if I don't get a publisher for the what I'm working on about the Third Sea Lords, I might end up self-publishing it on Kindle and just setting it at about £6 or something pounds and just see if I can sell a few copies. Then, of course, if I'm going around the Cape of Good Hope, I'd want to be in Habakkuk. It's about the only thing which would be stable in it. Thank you for the Family Holiday Fund. Thank you. Thank you, Bijon. Yeah, don't get me started on Family Holiday Fund. Port Isaac. Expensive place. Lovely, very beautiful. Ouch. My coach, okay, the Allies introduced Habakkuk. You are CNC Axis naval strategy. What would you do to counter them or destroy them? You have total control of naval air assets and a good chunk of industrial capacity. Cry. What is it that they had to destroy them? Well, theoretically, if I fire enough torpedoes at them, I might sink them, but I'll probably run out of torpedoes from a submarine, so I'll need to organize an entire wolf pack to be emptying torpedoes into it. to have the advantage, to have that chance. Yeah, I don't think it's going to be fun. I would need something. Pardon me. That was a little burp there, but sorry. I was thinking, the nose that came out. It would have to probably be fuel air explosives. I would probably have to go for melting the ice. If I could make it melt. So either making it melt or try and make it uninhabitable. I'd either need to crack it or melt it. Either way, I would need to launch either a massive airstrike or a massive submarine strike on it. And the thing is, it's going to have escorts. And the thing is, that the Havoc, that's the whole point of it, is if you built it big enough, it would be its own docking facility for escorts. You can imagine, you could have literally a wharf along each side where escorts could tie up and be resupplied by cranes from inside it. You know, it would just be... You were talking about something which is absolutely is a floating sea base. Okay, so is the Prime Minister like more powerful US Speaker of the House? No. Imagine it... They are basically fusing the government powers of the president to... This is a very rough analysis, I know. Someone's going to correct me and go, it's not quite the same, but it's something for people to think about as a basic starting point. It does need to be more nuance and context in it. But think of it roughly as introducing the powers of government of the president with the powers of the Speaker of the House in the US terms, in that they have both the largest party in the Commons, and they're the head of it, and they are also the head of the executive. Hello, Eric. No emergence. Hello. Next one. Talking hull fatigue. Looking forward to seeing the maintenance report in Texas. It's going to be massive and expensive, but I have a feeling someone's going to find the money for it. Judging from talking with some of my Texas friends. Interesting. I've been curious as to what a modern battleship would be like. 23 hours armed with 9 16-inch railguns. You see, it would be interesting to see what they do, because they probably go back with railguns because they're so much more powerful. They probably go back to something like an 8-inch railgun to start off with for the first generation, and then you get a race of development. Because they start off going back because you can then carry so many rounds. And then someone else would go, well, I can build something bigger than that. And they end up going over 10-inch because 10-inch is that difficult size to set even railgun forms. 10-inch is still not a good gun caliber. So they probably go with 12-inch. And yeah, then they would probably end up going to 14-inch and then 16-inch, and who knows what it'd be by now. But if they're starting off with railguns in 2023, it's probably going to be 8-inch ones, like they're working on for the Zomont class. Again, 8829. Have you watched any of the former USS Texas dry docking? Yes. Thank you, Bishop. Today was expensive. Oh. But it was a good day. It was a lot of fun. But seriously, if you're taking a family to Cornwall, do not think because you're holidaying in the UK it is going to be cheap. Luckily I knew this and I budgeted. But, the price of pasties these days. The price of pasties. Not let alone fish and chips. Pasties. Just gone up. Christopher, what's the RN 1910's RN reaction to if you delivered a full engineering plan to Yamato? Build it. Probably they take it apart and they build a better version of it. I have a feeling the 1910, if you've got their designs to Yamato as their starting point, I'm fairly sure Parsons and Brown would both tear the engine designs apart, build something approximating it, and then look at it and go, we can build better, and would build something better. I'm fairly certain the 18-inch gun they'd work on, armor they could probably try and figure out. But yeah, they'd have a lot of fun with it. Radar, it would be a head start and start off on that. So yeah, it would be very interesting to see what the 1910s Royal Navy would do, but give them, if you get in 1910, give them 2 years to dissect the plans, build stuff, and try and replicate it, and then 2 years to build something. You probably have an 18-inch armed battleship launching in 1914, just to give the world a panic attack. That might actually lead to peace in terms of the German Navy. The German government might actually formally renounce their naval plans, at which point the British probably leave the Entente Cordiale, because they're not really getting on with the Russians, and they're not getting on with the French. As much as they prefer the French to the Russians, they're not really. The Russians keep causing trouble off the India and Afghanistan. So yeah, and in China. Yeah. Haliakers. Yeah, Midway enters service just after VJ Day, but it's close enough that she's built during World War II. So I would say yes, they are. Yickers, did you see the Corgi retweet, and have you tested this buoyancy display? No, I haven't tested buoyancy display yet for a Corgi. I will say our Corgi is very buoyant, although he has his tail, so it doesn't naturally come up at the rear like that. And both canines are rather keen on the concept of hot tub. Although there is a debate about whether or not they're allowed in one. The only person who seems to forget that is me. My last question, it's mid-World War II. If you could only have one class of iron destroyer in the house, which class would be? And same number of ships, but only one class. 42 to 43. Can only have one class of iron destroyer in the service. Can I have the battle class in service? I'll take the battles. They are technically in service by the end of the war, but no, if it's in 1942, then I probably would go for tribals, if I have to go for ships that was built before then, but considering the battles are all at that point, I'd go for the battles. Right. Dutch and Swedish did share some naval armory, but that was because the Dutch used Swedish Kubota guns as the main armor for DDs and CLs. Yeah, and it works. But that's basically the criteria of when you do start showing these ammunitions. So anyway, how do the crew of Habakkuk deal with constant cold? Dress warmly. That's how they would deal with it. That's how the British tend to treat it. Da-da-da. And drop thermite bombs if you have them available. There's a Foxer. Do you know that any books on Norman English, and Norman Sicilian navies? How much of the Norse shipbuilding did they keep and adapt after existing European shipbuilding? I don't know any books on them currently. I do know Simon Elliott has been considering working on one, and I think if enough people nag him on Twitter, he'll probably do it, because he considers them in some respects a continuation, especially Norman Sicilian one, of the Roman. Making it melt would require entirely too much energy. That will not be possible. The only thing that would have a chance would be cracking the small pieces. Well, actually, the thing I was trying to suggest was if you had enough heat on the outside, and that was the thing, if you had the fuel explosive going, that would weaken the surface of the ice enough, weaken the surface bonds enough, that if you hit it with a bomb, you would have more of an impact. Because I was thinking kind of like the ice forming like steel armor, and like the army sort of build up, where you have you push in a lot more carbon on one side to give it sort of more rigidity, and then it sort of turns into sort of armor to become armor plate, and turns into iron, more ironish steel with different strengths. That's something going on. So the way the Habakkuk ice, one of the papers I was reading about that described it, was sort of that style. So I was thinking if you managed to cause enough heat, i.e. hence using the fuel explosive, I suppose thermite if you've got that available, on one side would sort of start that sort of side, the armor side, the outside melting, and then hit it with bombs and you could crack it. But it would require a lot of bombs. It would require tall boy sized bombs. And a lot of them, hitting rather close together in terms of area. So, how many heavy guns would you have placed on Havoc? 100 plus? Oh, a lot more than that. A lot more than that. It would be a lot of guns. E-bike them. Right. Who is number 2 behind the Prime Minister? Well, that's an interesting thing, because we have a poster called First Secretary of the Treasury, who is the constitutional number 2, but we also have sometimes someone called the Deputy Prime Minister, who sometimes isn't the First Secretary of the Treasury. So, yeah, there's an interesting debate on that one. Richards, how do you foresee the shutdown of major smelters affecting the production of such things as armor, shells, etc.? That's just going to cause a nightmare. If you can't actually produce it, then you can't produce the armor. Brad, I was being a bit sarcastic about it. I didn't actually think they had the technology yet. They have the technology. They don't have it made. They don't have it practical yet. They have the technology. They have working railguns. They just aren't working to the level at which they are not extremely exotic things that you cannot really integrate into a warfighting vessel. So that's the problem. It's one of those things. It's active. It was made a naval project, and then it was returned to DARPA, and they're still working on it. And they've got the gun. They've been test firing it. It's working, but it's turning into something which you can actually fit on a ship and scale it to work on a ship. Habakkuk would likely self-heal cracks, but it would take time to self-heal the cracks. Whereas if you've got enough bombs hitting quickly enough, it won't heal them. And also the thing is, it might heal the cracks, but it might not heal the cracks in a way which actually doesn't introduce more issues into the vessel's stability profile. Yes, Paul Beswick, we're going to try and visit those shipyards archives. That's something I'm really looking forward to and trying to work on. It's a basic case of, again, money, time. The problem with railguns is the power requirements vary with the square of the size. So a 2-inch railgun with a very long projectile can hit harder than a 4-inch. Yes and no, but you can do a lot of... the main problem with railguns is that the power requirements go up, but also your ability to use capacitors and to store the energy needed to do it. Now, you could hook it up to a nuclear reactor, which might provide the necessary power, but most people don't want to put nukes on everything. So it's developing our capacitor technology, which is why I think companies like Tesla are going to soon find themselves getting involved in the arms business because they are at the forefront of capacitor technology. Richards, watched the US Navy present the railgun to the media for the first time on the Military Channel when it still existed years ago. What the Admiral said was very interesting. What are pasties? Cornish pasties are these lovely, how to put it, things which have basically it's a pastry with all the filling inside. Imagine it's a pie, but it's a sort of half moon shape with the crust all round, and it's nice. I'm not going to hunt pictures because I'm fairly certain this whole setup is running by luck, prayer, and fingers crossed. Aaron, the thing that railguns is that they don't need a powder charge, so they become viable when the energy source is smaller than the equivalent of the powder magazine. So why do people chop off the tails of corgis? Well, probably like they used to do for spaniels. Because they dock them because those tails can go at 1,000,000 miles an hour and will knock lots of things over. Christopher, did they use scale models in the old development of auto-loading turrets? I don't know if they did for all of them, but I do know one where they did. Again, did the Royal Navy have any 18-inch gun battleship designs in World War II? They had some designs, yes. If you could bring one ship design forward by 20 years, which would you pick and why? Nelson and Rodney. I could take them back by 20 years. They'd appear in the same time as they'd appear instead of Dreadnought. And just imagine what fun they would cause then. Take care, Wayne. Hello, let's see. In World War II, who had the submarine with the lowest crush depth? That is a debate because different nations claim different statuses, stats. Honestly, I think it's probably between the Americans and the Germans, but I don't think the Brits are far behind. And that's mainly because the Brits, ones that are deepest operating, don't actually get to operate in the deepest waters a lot, so they don't really get tested out. So anyway, how would the 1997-98 Royal Navy deal Lord Voldemort? Submarine-launched Tomahawk cruise missiles backed up by Harriers. Crying, 4-5 engage. That's not really something I thought about a lot. SBS sniper. I'm rather interested in those papers today because it doesn't sound like anything I have to know. We have to remember ice isn't what the Habakkuk is made from. It's always called as ice, but actually it's a mixture of water, ice, but also sawdust in it. So it's made of pykrete, I think it's called. So it's actually has some very interesting properties. And again, I think the concentration, the amount of sawdust, etc., was going to be thicker in the outer shell than it. There was a whole paper, which was kind of interesting discussion. It's from about the 1940s. I think I was reading it in the National Archives, but I'm not 100% sure. It could have been in another archive. After a while, if it's been long enough since you read them, they all sort of emerge into, and you have to hunt down notes. The best deputy prime minister ignoring politics was John Prescott, an honest man that had an honest reaction to a kid predecessor. Yeah, Prescott was a character, is a character. It's 1950 in Britain. It's Britain. It's the same as our timeline up until the point you have 4 to 5 Maltas coming to service. Snap the pound and the economy began growing rapidly to where they were in 30s and then stay, maybe even grow for at least 20 years. You're the Admiralty. What do you do? Party like it's 1920 and 1933. Probably build jets. Start ordering nuclear submarines. Beat our chest and do whatever the ministers want us to do. And I think Tesla is a forefront of capacitor research. They are doing a lot of work with it in terms of their batteries, but also in terms of what they've done in Australia, etc., where they're structuring their batteries as a sort of a national grid capacitor system. And it's basically the battery systems they're working on are still technical batteries, but they're moving closer to what we would call capacitors in some regards. It's an interesting area of discussion, debate. It's something which I sit in a room of a load of engineers who are far more knowledgeable than I on this topic, having the discussion, listening to the discussion, going, okay. Nice everyone. Alternate timeline. The Hood takes the fatal shell on the belt, but damages the control is alerted and prevents the ship's explosion. Okay. Bismarck shell has destroyed one of her Curtis Brown geared steam turbines, maybe 2. How did the British get out of this mess? Well, seeing as Prince of Wales will still be firing, probably what happens is Hood slows down immediately, at which point there are destroyers still coming up and various cruisers around. So the odds are the Germans continue on and they don't circle in for a kill, because it's one thing is saying it's, oh, yes, we can circle in for a kill. If she's still firing, that's more problematic. if you've got Prince of Wales carrying on firing and keep fighting you, then that's problematic. And you've got 2 county-class cruisers, so you are probably going to carry on in your merry way. So, yeah, it's probably a simple thing of she just falls out of line and lets the battle go past her. And then, well, she gets a tow back to harbour and fixed. What would be the impact of the idea of composite armour in warships discovered in either 1910 or 1932? If it was discovered in 1910, it would be interesting. In 1932, you might actually see the 12, 14-inch gun King George V come into service. But there again, it's building composite armor that can actually work in terms at level of the 14 of the ammunition you're talking about, 16-inch guns. It'll be interesting to see what would happen. It would probably be secondary armor and fulfilled in certain areas of the ship. It would probably be things like where they're applying splinter protection and protection for certain spaces like that will get the composite armor rather than the armor class steel if it's light enough. F1's European part of the season is done. Verstappen won. He can take the championship to Singapore next time. Ricciardo broke down and caused behind safety car ending. Ooch. But do you see any militaries using light fixed-wing attack aircraft again to support ground troops or special forces in order to save money and wear and tear on their frontline jets? It would be sensible, but they're probably going to go the drone route. No, if by lowest you mean deepest, Kriegsmarine had the deepest diving submarine of the war. Yeah, but some of the American ones operated pretty darn deep, so I think... Yeah, the thing is, in theory and practice, what are your night operations? What are your thoughts about these 2 ships with like 20,000 tons of Japanese government? Basically, they'll be interesting, especially if the Japanese build 2. I have suspicion the Japanese will build more than 2. In which case, I think they're going to be cruisers. Although they're going to call destroyers, but there again, they call their aircraft carriers destroyers. They call everything destroyers if it's a big warship. So basically, they're the destroyer navy. Everything's a destroyer, but it's just a very specialist form of destroyer. Nice hearing. Why didn't the British offer the Majestic class light carrier HMS Leviathan for Spain? Probably, if it's anything, it's something to do with the fact that Franco and we didn't really like him. Sea Dodders, are there any notes on what the USN thought of the battle class when one showed up in the British Pacific Fleet? I don't think so. I've read specifically. Probably because they didn't get enough time to really operate alongside each other. If they'd operate alongside each other, then there probably would have been something written about it. How much of an impact if the French scored the goal, maybe hit against Hood instead of the Germans? If the French had scored it, that would have been... But also, that would have probably caused interesting reactions in other spaces. It could have led to accelerations of other programs. If you lose something like Hood earlier in the war, that's going to affect how the rest of the war goes. The later you lose Hood, the more of a continuity effect it has rather than a dramatic effect it has. That's Aaron. What wasn't sure if I asked this week. Why keep the 9 16-inch guns on an 85-ton battleship when you have enough space for a 4th triple turret? And what additional guns? Because there are some, you might theoretically have the space, but do you have the tonnage for it? How much of your space has gone on armor? How much of your space has gone on armor? How much of your space has gone on power, i.e. engines and fuel? And then, of course, you've got your secondary weaponries, secondaries and your other systems. So, yeah, there are reasons for it to have still only 9 16-inch guns. Seneca, a refitted hood turns up with Scarful Flans with modern gas turbine engines, VLS, closely wound systems, refitted to a 2022 standard. What does Britain do with it? Still has 850-inch guns, museum ship, or active duty? Well, if it's got all that, and it's refitted up to modern crew standards, probably the Royal Navy gets a new flagship. At least for a few years, because that's going to be cool to float around in. And just imagine how fast that hull was as it was, but with modern gas turbine engines, VLS cells, you've probably got a few hundred of those. Yeah, that's a very useful ship. For those interested, the USNI has more on their website about the Japanese new destroyers. The video I saw speculating that they used the hull of their new carrier and built it to, in effect, a missile cruiser standard. That would certainly be sensible. Do you think that if you had enough dry dock space, you could do that to the Queen Elizabeth hull? Oh, imagine the ship you could ship you could fit on the Queen Elizabeth hull, glass hull. It'd be interesting. That could be Queen Elizabeth II. Although, we wouldn't really call it that. Okay, Big Fluff. Good boy. Hello. Okay, you've now got up. You were asleep and happy. You rolled over. I patted you, which is what I presume you want, and now you're stood up. What do you want? Oh, you're doing your yoga poses. I don't know if anyone's realised that actually Downward Dog should be christened Downward Poodle, because the only breed I know who do that pose are the poodles. Nice, Aaron. So the British had the forces to do a naval blockade in the Falklands, but politics did some way. You didn't answer the question. How much damage could a blockade have done in reality to Argentina, and how would that have been done? Surface ships, submarines, or submarines alone? Submarines as the inner rung, surface ships as the outer rung. Damage, it could have done a lot of damage to their economy, but it would also disrupt trade throughout South America, etc. And yeah, it would be politically a nightmare, and so it wouldn't have been ever been done. Actually, turning a CV into a CCG was an idea for several Colossus-class ships, wasn't it? They did certainly consider it at one point. It would have been interesting. Does appear like I've caught up the questions. That's fun. I will admit that whilst I do love these evenings, and I will not keep this going on too late because, as said, I am crossing fingers when it comes to this internet. And that is a reality. So it's a case of, yes, I'll keep going a little bit longer, but, My questions, would HMS Lilibet be an appropriate name instrument given the Queen title is already in use? Probably not. What is the difference between a ship and a submarine launched torpedo Model 2? Mostly their shaping and operational systems, i.e. how you start them, where the positions on various things are. Okay. But again, did the Queen Elizabeth and Prince of Wales swap crews so the Prince of Wales crew could get some time working with the F-35s? I don't think they have. I wouldn't be surprised if some key personnel have magically transferred ships, but not the whole crew by any stretch of the imagination. No, sorry, there are documented cases of a U-boat reaching 310 meters and returning to the surface. Yes. There are also some cases of the Americans doing some very interesting operations, which were very, very interesting in terms of depth. I would say the IRA managed to capture a ship named Enterprise and decide to press on its service. What would they rename her to be to with an HMS Enterprise already in service? Well, if they're capturing a ship named Enterprise, it's either going to come from France, Enterprise, or from America, isn't it? So, yeah, that would depend on how much who they want to annoy and troll. Because if they were trolling the French, they'd probably pick one of the other French names of ships they've captured over the years. If they were trolling the Americans, there are so many different names they could come up with. Getting tired, Doc? Not tired so much as... we're down here for parties and family things. And whilst I don't mind an evening off to talk to all of you, because it's rather a nice... let's put it this way. It's rather a nice, relaxing session for me. I love family. I do. They are wonderful people. But I enjoy breaks. We all do. Let's put it this way. I am not unique in my family in being a loud personality. We are all loud. So we are all quite extrovert, introvert, in sort of loud personalities. And yeah, it's nice to get a few minutes break sometimes. I love it though. But I don't want to be away from too long because there are other family parties going on. Richards, the Japanese just developed quantum computing using a 3-qubit system instead of 2. You're going to see something now. Geordie and his love. Technology to double L is short. Technology is definitely an interesting thing. How much personal stuff were the RN ship's crews allowed? They tended to basically be given a certain number of bags. You get your bag and gear bags, and then you had your space aboard a ship. You'd have a locker, etc. And it's whatever you could fit in your locker was your personal stuff and personal art. So you needed your clothes and the things you allocated for you doing your duties. That would go in your locker, and the things you needed to maintain those clothes would go in your locker, and then whatever space was left over that, well, you could put in other stuff you wanted. I wasn't aware of anything even close to frenemies from the US submarines. Some of the operations they did off the coast of Japan, when they were doing some of their hiding, they went down really deep to avoid Japanese attacks and depth charge attacks, and so, yeah. It's a case of they didn't touch the bottom, and there is a debate as to whether or not they reached how depth they reached, but one of my... this is the thing, I would like to get one of my colleagues on to talk about that. There is something I'd like to sort of... This is one of the realities that I often get discussed with people that go, why haven't you had other people on your channel? Why haven't you done that sort of level of recording and doing those extra things? And honestly, it's because the laptop, as much as I love it, can't deal with that sort of thing. So this is something waiting for the PC. But I would like to get some of my friends, some of my academic colleagues on to discuss their work, to discuss their research, especially some of the PhD students who are not that good at publicizing themselves. There is a general thing in academia that most academics are not very good at publicizing their work. And there is certainly a a sort of gender norm in that there is one group where female academics tend to be even less advertising of their work and their capabilities than males, but the males don't tend to be that good either. It's almost like a case of they're going, well, this guy's done this, and it's basically what you mean is he's done something. He hasn't done nothing. I am quite strange in that I tend to tweet out all the magazine articles I do. I tend to be quite public, and people then point out, go, well, there's this academic who also does that, and this academic, and I go, the fact that you can name pretty much all the academics who are good at publicizing their work tells you what a problem you're dealing with, because those are very, very much the tip of the iceberg when it comes to academics doing this work. So I would like to do more of that on this channel, and I will do more as time goes on, but it's waiting for me when I have the PC involved. But I have a friend who is more involved in that sort of area than I am. And I say, so what are the two winners? Which is patron 62 and which is patron 63? Well, you'll hear about that tomorrow in the video tomorrow, which comes out, which I recorded. When I record tomorrow's video, was it last night or the night before? I've recorded up a batch of videos. Next week's videos have been recorded this week, sort of thing. Julia Hammond, a French naval base has 9% of the Mediterranean island of Ile de Levant, but 10% of the island is a civil nudist colony. Is this an important base tactically or strategically, or merely handy? It's an interesting base. Strategically, it's not that bad. Gristle, how different or not different are Prince of Wales and Queen Elizabeth class CVs? Theoretically, not that different, actually. People try to talk up the differences, and the fact that Prince of Wales is somehow slightly longer, despite everything being put in being theoretically the same, it does cause a lot of fun, but yeah, they're pretty much the same. I was saving this for the French fight on live. Am I right that the end-on approach used by Hood and Wales favoured a ship like Rickaloo, and why? And if she is at Denmark Straits, how stuffed is Bismarck? It would have favoured the Rickaloo, it would have favoured Nelson and Rodney, because they could bring all their guns to bear at that point, and how stuffed is Bismarck? If the Rickaloo had been there, Bismarck would have been in a lot of trouble. But any extra ships you have there cause Bismarck a lot of trouble. Again, do you see any other European countries building nuclear-powered surface ships besides the French and Russians? The only ones who could theoretically do it really at the moment are the British, especially the Germans getting out of the nuclear operations, really, and getting out of the civil nuclear industry. The Italians theoretically have it there, but probably wouldn't either. And I don't see the Brits doing it at the moment. Alfred BT28. Hello, Alfred. If World War I does not happen in 1914, but everyone can see war and horizon, what would the major powers' fleets look like in 1916 or 1918? The British would have gone on to the next evolution of guns beyond the 15-inch, which, as said before, my strong suspicion is it's not 16.5-inch, it's an 18-inch gun. And the Germans given up the ghost. So the German fleet will have fallen back quite a long way. The British fleet will look colossal, but probably will have got rid of some of their earlier dreadnoughts. Basically, all the pre-dreadnoughts will have gone by that point. Some of the earlier dreadnoughts, including Dreadnought herself, might well be in a reserve fleet status. It would be different. It would be their ships would be far bigger. and far more powerfully armed. Then you'd have had the next round of infrastructure investment, remember. That's due to take place in 14. So the infrastructure for Britain would have grown between 14 and 16. So, yeah, the ships could have grown. And the Americans would probably be looking at their ships going, ooh, what do we build? Especially the British have come up with an 18-inch gun. Because the British know the Americans are looking at a 16-inch. So that's why they're not... This is the point. The British know the Americans have got a 16-inch gun. And the British have got the 15-inch in service. So, right then, if you jump 1.5 inches up, which is the normal British jump, it would take it to 16.5 inch. Now, 16.5 inch is not enough of a standard over an 18-inch, is it? It's not enough of a statement for the world's foremost naval power. So that means you only have one place you can jump up again if you go 1.5 inches, which is 18 inches. So that's the 18-inch gun, and I think that's what they're working on. I wouldn't be surprised if HMS Agincourt would be in service with 18-inch guns. What would have come next would be interesting. About what displacement would you exchange some VLS back lease, I think, back into old-style arm launchers on the Service Command due to the square cube law and lack of deck space? That's an interesting question. I think I wouldn't want to lose more than... I prefer, if let's say I had a 96 style launcher, I prefer not to lose more than 16 of my VLS cells. But if I have to lose 24, I'll accept it. So basically 25%. As long as I've got more, I'm getting more missiles than that. But I prefer to lose none. And if I can, if what I can do is go ring and then put some launchers like that, so I've got a space which is, let's say, 4 by 8 long, and I can put 8 and 8 on each side, so I've got 16 here on each side, so I've got 32 there, and then I've got the remaining of my 96, which would be another 64 in front, and I can put my arm launch in the middle on maybe a sort of semi-raised platform. I'm happy with that. That's probably my best scenario. Then I don't have to lose anything, really. Well, I do lose, but not that much. I remember, so they'll send a fair bit of freeboard for a battleship, the most of any British ones at the least, I believe. The fact the ability to be a stable gun platform while they're seakeeping, it did have an impact, but because of the way they were designed, it actually worked out okay. It was counterbalanced by other points of their design. 1916 would be a lot of R-Class and Queen Elizabeths, and whatever comes after the Queen Elizabeths and the R-Class. So if you've had Agincourt built with 18-inch guns, expect the follow-up class to have had 18-inch guns, and there to be another 6 of those or so coming into service. Last thing, everyone, how easy would it be to turn a 24-inch Mark I torpedo into a submarine torpedo and give it a 12-pack warhead? It would not have been that easy. It would have taken a lot of time. What was the iron ship that had problems with its mains water rusting or not being properly rated or something? Which one? There have been a few that have had that trouble. Even Queen Elizabeth had that trouble, I think, at one point. Seals Sometimes, especially, let's put it this way. A seal is fitted, and it works well, but it's fitted in the construction phase. And then if there are delays in construction, by the time it gets into water, it might well have actually weathered and worn more than you were thinking it would. So you've got a theoretical life expectancy, and you've got its actual life expectancy, and it needs to be, then it fails. And sometimes these things just fail anyway. Anyway, so last of the Iron Brew. Boris, do you think the Boris boat will be built, or do you think it will be partly forgotten? I think there will be a national flagship. How it will be built, what it'll be called, and what it will end up looking like will be is an entirely interesting thing that could happen, or what could happen. I say, if you're in Spain, are you going to go for a post-built ship that is double its weight and requires more crew and 60 more aircraft when you are to use it as an ASW carrier or a cruiser conversion? Complicated times. My coach, if you could magically have the complete plans for one piece of 1950-60 equipment appear on Admiral Hamilton's desk 1 week after he took office, what would it be and why? 4.5-inch deck gun. As fitted to the Daring class. And the reason why? Imagine the C class, the D class, imagine all the Abdeel class, the mine layers, Manxmans. Imagine all those ships fitted with 4-inch guns, 4.7-inch guns, even the 5.25-inch guns probably, upgraded to just having the dual-purpose 4.5-inch gun. Imagine the effect on logistics, imagine the effect on capabilities, imagine what you have in terms of a tribal-class destroyer when it comes into service, imagine what the other destroyers are like. You have that twin gun when Henderson comes into gets in service. It'll be fitted to everything. And it will make a big, big difference. And it could be easily supported. Radar would be great. All those things would be great, but you're developing those anyway. The 4.5-inch gun is the thing which would have the biggest impact of things that weren't available at the beginning of war. There is a brand of gluten-free cereal behind me. Yes, it's my sister's. Why are we talking about putting arm launchers back? There is a current interesting debate about the fact that there is limited space there, that you have VLSs have limited space and stocking ships. And also there's the point of rearming VLS at sea is very, very difficult. Whereas you could theoretically fit in a system where you could reload a magazine at sea. It's an interesting time. No, sorry, your laptop must be down. There are audio issues. The laptop is not liking some of the work I'm making it do. There are probably going to be some audio issues in the recorded videos that have been recorded down here. They're as good as I can make them, and I've listened through to them and they seemed okay, and that you could listen through and there wasn't any problems as far as I could tell, but, you know, it went perfect. You missed this part of the question. Could SSN be designed for 24-inch torpedoes? Yes, well, they could. You can design a torpedo for a submarine for any kind of torpedoes. You can design it for it. You just have to make sure you have the equipment to support that 24-inch torpedo. But remember, that's also going to reduce the number of torpedoes you can carry overall, unless you increase the space allocated to torpedo storage. After B2 here in the US, there appears to be a growing interest with power companies to use modular reactors. Could the increase in the industry make something like a nuclear missile cruiser a cheaper prospect? Potentially. I know lots of people have been looking at the Rolls-Royce modular reactors in the UK. I know, those iron brew bottles are even getting smaller, you're drinking faster. It's the wine glass, it makes me sip it more. Dr. Locke, I have this imagery of current setup being chicken wire, balling twine, chewing gum, duct tape, and prayers to one or more deity. Me and the machine spirits have a close and ongoing relationship that does require much sacrifice and much attention. But Gay 8229, do you see the retirement of the S3 Viking no replacement as a mistake? Yes, absolutely. Abazaski, why did the Iron actually start using 120mm 4.7 inch instead of going with some even number like 4.5 or 5 inch? Because it worked quite well. And they were happy with it. It was a very powerful gun when it was first introduced. And a very capable gun when it was first introduced. Any news on the career front? Before I came away, had a very interesting virtual interview where I was, to an extent, virtually called a liar because of my pointing out the amount of research funding I managed to get thanks to doing this work on YouTube, etc., in terms of funding my research. I'm also going, well, how else do you think I'm paying for these things? I don't know. But no. It was a fun time. I don't think I'm going to get that job. Oh well. On with the applications. And keep writing books. And 120mm is even, as Richards has pointed out. Actually, aren't there Cold War plans for a drop-in mini nuclear reactor as a replacement for them 2500? I think there were some theoretical papers discussing it, but I don't think anything practical was ever really considered. If the S3 Viking second one wouldn't be up for replacement by now, probably. It should have probably been replaced in the 2010s. I like the Seawolf class SSN. I wish there were more than 3 of them. I think myself, if I'd been in charge of building them, I'd have said you build at least 8, preferably 9 or 10. Have 2 5-ship squadrons, and then you turn to Virginias. But the thing was, they were built at the end of the Cold War, and the idea was, hang on, we're not going to have to need submarines for this sort of high-intensity killing anti-submarine war, killing other submarines, doing these operations. The Virginias will be perfectly good for what we need them to do. That's true. The Virginias are perfectly good for what you need them to do. Yes, it's kind of like the F-22 versus F-35. There was even a plan to replace the C2, E2, and S3 with a common airframe. That would have been very interesting. Scooter Scout, Andrew S3. I think core guns are better than rail guns, even with the extra technical complications due to less wear on the components. The MRLs need to be replaced after limited firings. There's a debate on that one. Because the rail guns are more accurate at longer ranges. The core guns provide the power to get to range, but they're not as accurate as a rule. It's a debate at the current technological interpretations of them. Please note, this is at current technological interpretations. There is a theoretical way of getting further and more accurate with the core gun, like there's a way of getting theoretically less wear and tear of the rail gun. It'll be interesting to see how these things evolve. Until something practical is actually deployable and actually made for ships, we do not know which way these things are going to go. When you say research funding, do you mean actual grants or whatever for research or monies that those of us in the community have donated? Pretty much what you have donated. because that was the thing. We were sitting there talking about my research and working there going, well, how are you sustaining this? How are you funding this? Because your current employment doesn't include research funding. And I went, well, I have my YouTube channel and the money which very nice people have donated, etc. And, you know, how people sort of support my channel and that sort of thing. And Patreon and Super Chat, Super Thanks, all the money you very kindly send my way that I do inform the tax man on, and I do sort of make sure I pay taxes on and sort that out. Yeah. They basically said, we don't believe anyone gives that amount of money on that sort of thing. We don't, no, it's only for computer games. No one serious does it, and no one gets any real money over it. I was sort of going, well, actually, one of my best friends runs it, works his entire life based on that. And that caused an entire another debate about whether or not that was real history. So, yeah, that was a fun virtual online interview, which was one round. It was supposed to be the next round would have been the in-person interviews, and I said, I don't think I'm going to be getting invited for them. Customers, well, this is all in classified info. What are your thoughts on the RN setup? I like them. That's my about divulging classified info. That's what I'm saying. I like them. Nice one, IO2. Why did the plan to replace the S3 Viking, C2 with the Greyhound, and the E2 Hawkeye with one A-frame never go ahead? That makes sense. They all need replacing. Money. They just reconditioned the E2s and C2s and decommissioned the S3s. Money in politics, if we're being completely correct. So the 21-inch torpedo was a perfect balance, wasn't it? It was what they focused on. 18-inch torpedo was also pretty much loved. Usually the lightest and easiest to load. IO2. The USN has already got their rails up to 1,000 plus firings per rail, much better than the BB guns. Still wasn't good enough for the beam counters used to the Mark 45's barrel life. Thank you, Not Wolf. Jack, no one gives an amount of money. Yeah. It's one of the things I find strange, because here is the thing. The same people had in earlier discussions we've been talking about crowdsource funding, etc., and various things and how that impacts politics and international relations, because that was where one of their research emphasis and discussions have gone down. And I was sitting there going, so you say crowdsource funding is having an impact or is a perfectly viable thing for a political campaign to do, but basically this version of crowdsourced funding of naval history research isn't, and I must be lying about it? That just seems a little bit absurd. But no, it was a fun interview. It's given me a lot of food for thought to think about, and I always let's put it this way. You learn a lot from interviews. And you also learn about the institution you're going to. And I always ask questions. I always ask questions. And the thing is, you have to remember that you aren't going to be a perfect fit. You apply for the job because it looks like you fit on paper. But sometimes you're just not going to fit the department. And that your interview is a chance to work that out, because you don't want to work that out when you're in the department. Especially not when you're working towards tenure and then you find you're in a department which really doesn't want you to be there, where you really don't fit. Because then you either lose all the work you've got to tenure, or you have to stay there, or you have to change and become a sort of, this is going to sound strange, you have to change yourself around and find a way to fit within that department. And I'm getting old. I find myself as I get older less and less adaptable in terms of I'm not really willing to change my entire research emphasis and my entire work and go back to ground zero in my research standing to focus on a completely different area than that which I've been working on. I'm happy enough to focus into different areas of what I've been working on and to emphasize different areas to fit within the research requirements of a department and its fit. But going back to completely square zero, no. I'm too far along. I've put in too much work. I've built up a name for myself both in academia and now online and in various other things on that stuff. So yeah. Guys, about the same end of history thingy, which resulted in 122 or so of the F-22s. That's right. Isn't the plan to replace the S-3 Viking, the C-2 Greyhound, and the E-2 Hawkeye with one F-1, basically saying the same Iron Hand with a Gannet in the 1950s and 60s? I'd say it's the exact same thing which led to the Swordfish in the 1930s, but leave that to one side. Problem is, I both understand and don't understand university's feelings about YouTube. I don't either. And I do. It's interesting. Borrowing the line from William Mulholland, I'd rather give birth to a porcupine backwards than be an academic. Never would have had the time for 15 years in the archives. Only 15 years? Dostoevsky, get a group of shit nuts together, they pitch in $100, you have 1,000 of them, you have funds of research it, you visit an archive, book is made that ship nuts are interested in and snatch up. Yeah, it's not exactly a complicated research funding model, but it works. It just occurred to me, perhaps they think you're lying as they suck to the level that no one is interested in supporting them in their work. I would never say that. They're very good at getting funding from research councils. I've seen that from their funding discussions. And I'm not so good at getting funding from research councils. I put in the funding applications and I get some monies, but I don't get a lot from the big research councils because most of them seem to focus on names of your primary working institutions. And I'm not that, and they go through waves of having in vogue topics, and I am terrible at trying to make my work look like it's an in vogue topic. I just go, I'm a naval historian and I'm researching this project. Will you please fund me? Thank you. Could the Blackburn B-138B airframe be used for carrier-based aircraft? It would have been interesting. Richards, you don't lie. I've watched you for hours. I haven't got one. BS knows BS. Trust me, it's a language in itself. Yeah, the thing is, and this is the point I've made to a few people in the past, I don't really have the ability to lie. I can sort of lie by omission, but I have to be very careful because of my form of dyslexia. I forget lies. I am very easy to catch out if I try and lie. This is my problem. I am disturbingly easy to catch out. So there isn't much hope for me in lying. This is why I tell people that I don't. It's a case of you can catch me out incredibly easy. It's embarrassingly so when you reach my age. I can be caught out by children. Why I'd never be a good politician. Okay, Tim, do you think Europe will react to your arms to the invasion of Ukraine, or do you think it's just a talk from different countries? Ask me in 5 and 10 years. As Carl Gosling puts, there is the will, but will there be the energy? And will there be the actual commitment? Poland, yes, but Poland's been arming for a while. No, you mean you don't consider YouTube to be a funding council? No, you're far too nice to be a funding council, and you don't ask me weird questions. At no point have you asked me to divulge whether my great-grandparents had university degrees. And I honestly wasn't quite sure because one of them had an interesting life. and I wasn't sure whether they would qualify as having a university degree or not. No, Colin, I doubt they have. It is not a number file in his other channels, based on publicising and funding for a couple of departments at Oxford and Cambridge. Probably, but... The trouble is, there is an interesting divergence between... This is one of the things that differences about me. Of course, I do war studies at King's College London. That's where I did my PhD, so I wander up there quite a bit and chat with them. But I also work in a lot of engineering departments teaching in history of engineering and academic skills to engineering students. That's part of my day job. So I would say there is a difference between the departments which... it's going to sound strange. There are some departments which are very... not even topics. There's a difference between some departments which are very traditional in their funding locus and attention. There are some departments which are very much going, we want the money. We don't care how we get it. Not quite sure about Go229. Again, watch the space. We'll see what happens. Again, in Builders Prompts, I have discussed that. Swedish submarines will be a very interesting thing for Poland and various other nations to look at. Oh, I wish I had good advice. Sadly, bluffing is essential academic skill. I guess just bring the paperwork. That's good. According to Garrick, never telling the same lie twice is a good thing. It is, according to Garrick. Strange enough, I actually do play poker, and I do quite well in poker, because I'm good at reading other people. But I don't tend to bluff, I just don't talk about my hand at all. As long as I'm not talking, it's fine, I can keep my face blank. One of the funding councils do ask you about your great-grandparents' details. All right, thank you very much, everyone. I am going to... It's now 10 o'clock. I'm going to go... I'm going to say in about 5 minutes I'm going to go. So once it's reached the 3-hour mark, I'm going to go toddling off to sort out the family and check they're all okay. Some get very interesting. Am I right that the USA was never going to apologize to USSR for the U-2 spy flights after one was shot down because it would be too humiliating and because the US president... No, they'd never like to apologize for these things. Don't apologize. You sure we don't ask you weird questions compared to some of the things I've been asking in reviews? No. Take care, Jack Ray. Take care, Nook. Favorite weird ship? Weird ship. Probably the Glomar Explorer. Take care, John Shea. Take care, Nook. Jack Ray. Thank you. Thank you, Dope Squad. Thank you, Staris Radsky. Thank you, DG40. Thank you, Stafford. Thank you, Abzaski, Michael Cooch. Thank you. Reading all our questions cause you problems with dyslexia. Is there anything we can do, phrasing loud, to make your life easier? No, that's okay. I'm usually okay at reading and talking out loud. My dyslexia shows up most in terms of trying to remember people's names and in my handwriting where it affects my dysgraphia. My handwriting is terrible, which is why I do everything on a computer. Thank you, Colin Cameron. Thank you. Thank you, Grace Vasky. Thank you, Amber Polaris. Thank you, Jalef. Thank you, Carl Gilversberg. Thank you, Tanif Aleka. Thank you, Dope Squad. Thank you very much, everyone. And let's see. Well. Thank you. So the leader of the USSR, friend to nuke Pakistan. Yeah. No one will. Yeah, they do, but the people threaten other people. It's actually doing it is a different matter, but some people do take brinkmanship right to the edge. So what do funding councils ask that manages to outrank a modern navy being transported back to the Battle of Trafalgar? Usually they start asking very interesting, familial, personal questions, which I just won't answer. Because I don't think you should ask that, and I don't think that really has any bearing. Take care, Bob Fry, thank you. Constantazis, thank you. And Carl Gosberg, as I see in Dick Richards, thank you. Thank you, both guys. Thank you very much, everyone. Take care, and thank you for watching. Bye.
In June 1812, the young United States declared war on the greatest power in the world, Great Britain. For 2.5 years, Americans fought against the British, Canadian colonists, and native nations in a small but bitter war. Yet in the U.S. today, very little of the War of 1812 lives on in the public mind.
It's the forgotten war. It's the war that we don't know too much about. Why was it fought? Where was it fought? Why is it important?
It's the war that Americans have largely forgotten, but the British don't remember it either.
For the British, 1812 is when Napoleon marched on Moscow. They have no idea there was a war going on the other side of the world.
But if it's been forgotten in Britain and the United States, there is a place where people remember the War of 1812, Canada.
In our minds, the War of 1812 is where we defend our version of freedom and liberty and democracy.
The native nations that fought alongside the British would remember it too, but not as a victory.
There's this sense that we lost because what we lost was the ability to govern ourselves on our own land.
What lasted on every side was a mythical version of history.
Stories grew up that really departed from the truth. These were enshrined in the history books. This was a time when legend and myth often substituted for verifiable history.
Even real stories turned into legends. In Canada, both a frontier housewife and an aristocratic British general became national heroes. In the U.S., a Shawnee chief is still much admired, though he fought on the other side. And a war composed largely of American defeats is now remembered for a victory at New Orleans, Old Ironsides, the credo, "Don't give up the ship," and a star-spangled banner fluttering in the dawn.
1812 is a tiny war by world standards. Both sides are struggling to try and defend their own borders and attack the enemy. The total number of people killed in the war is very small compared to the major wars of the world, and yet it forges the destiny of a continent for 200 years to come.
The War of 1812 was a paradox of scale. Its armies were small and casualties very few. Yet the battleground stretched across much of North America and beyond. But in Europe, another war raged, the decades-long struggle between Britain and Napoleon's France. It was this titanic conflict that touched off the War of 1812.
Britain was in a death struggle with Napoleon Bonaparte on the continent of Europe and on the seven seas at the time. It was a world war that was going on. The only way that Britain could really curtail Napoleon's empire building was to cut off supplies from reaching Napoleon's troops. So they were stopping ships on the high seas, and this upset the United States a great deal.
If you carry goods for the French, you're on the side of the French. You cannot be neutral. The Americans are desperately trying not to take sides because they can make a lot of money by being neutral. And what they're finding is that neutrality has a cost.
That cost could be high. In 1807, Britain began to issue a series of decrees to undermine American trade. All neutral ships trading with France had to stop in Britain first and pay a duty, or else the British would simply regard them as enemy. The enormously powerful Royal Navy seized hundreds of American ships. In fact, the British took more than ships and money. They seized men as well.
By 1812, the Royal Navy had been at war for 19 years. They had over 120,000 men in service, and they're losing 10,000, 15,000 men a year. If they run out of sailors, they'll lose the war at sea, and they'll lose the war.
When they stopped an American ship and discovered a sailor with a British accent, if he looked like he was a prime sea hand, he would be impressed into the Royal Navy.
In the first years of the 19th century, Britain impressed over 6,000 sailors from American merchant vessels. Then, one June afternoon in 1807, just off the Virginia coast, the British ship Leopard demanded to board the U.S. Navy frigate Chesapeake, where 4 British deserters were serving in the crew. The Chesapeake refused. The British simply opened fire. They cannonaded the ship for 10 minutes, killing 3 sailors, wounding 18 more. The Chesapeake surrendered. The British came on board and took 4 men away.
The whole incident led to extremely difficult feelings, as you can imagine, between Great Britain and the United States. It was an example, perhaps the most egregious example, of this kind of high-handedness on the part of Great Britain that clearly the American public were not about to tolerate.
The British in no way really threatened our independence. They did what great powers always do when they are at war. They ran roughshod over the rights of a second-rate neutral power.
No war was declared in 1807, but British impressment and American resentment went on without stop.
In 1810, a new breed was elected to Congress. Men like Henry Clay of Kentucky and John C. Calhoun of South Carolina, both of whom had been born after the Declaration of Independence. So what was tolerable for older Americans was insufferable for the new generation. War for them was the only answer.
War is pushed by a Republican Party based in the center and south with the support of the Western Warhawks. Their ambition is to seize land, the land of the Native Americans, the land that is now Canada.
Expansion into Indian land to the west had been a basic part of U.S. policy for years. Among the principal architects of that plan was a learned, long-faced, hot-tempered man named William Henry Harrison, governor of the Indiana Territory.
William Henry Harrison has been slowly but steadily acquiring lands from Native Americans throughout the Ohio River Valley. A number of tribes give him their lands, make treaties with him.
In these treaties, tribes had signed away more than 100 million acres of land. But one Shawnee war chief refused. Tecumseh was 42, but he'd been through the fire long before.
As he grows up, he sees much of his family, his father and his older brother, die in battles. He sees himself as kind of a person who has to kind of take charge because there's really no one else to take charge at his time in his life.
Tecumseh became a fierce warrior, yet it was his compassion that marked him. He refused to make war on women and children. He envisioned a confederation of tribes from the Great Lakes to the Gulf of Mexico, a union of Indian nations.
Tecumseh, the great Shawnee leader, was really not so different in his thinking from George Washington. As Washington had seen the states jealous and fighting with each other, Tecumseh saw the tribes doing the same and losing ground to the United States.
Tecumseh was way ahead of his time because he realized that the United States was picking tribes off just one by one. And a tribe 100 miles away or 500 miles away thought that was not their problem. He was trying to resist the United States with a united front.
The two protagonists met at Harrison's home in Vincennes in August 1810. The governor wanted to know why Tecumseh refused to accept treaties that others had signed. Harrison had expected to meet with 30 native warriors. Tecumseh brought more than twice as many. The confrontation soon took on mythic overtones.
There were many examples of paintings of Tecumseh raising his hatchet at William Henry Harrison, and Harrison has his sword out. These may be apocryphal, but it's a perfect example of the relationship that these two had.
Tecumseh goes right at William Henry Harrison, delivers a very bitter speech and denouncing Harrison for being there and denouncing the white settlers.
Tecumseh, the Great Spirit said he gave this great island to his red children. He placed the whites on the other side of the big water, but they were not content with their own, and they came to take ours from us. They have driven us from the sea to the lakes. We can go no farther. My brother, I do not see how we can remain at peace with you.
The thing which Tecumseh and Harrison had in common was their standing as warriors. They respected each other as warriors. Beyond that, they had almost nothing in common. Harrison was a dedicated expansionist. He saw the United States' destiny as rolling westwards, and he saw really no place for the Indians in that future.
In the fall of 1811, Tecumseh set out to recruit Indian nations in the South to join his confederacy. Harrison seized the chance. He gathered an army and marched toward Prophetstown, Tecumseh's home base in what is now western Indiana.
Harrison led 1,000 troops towards Prophetstown. He was plainly going there to attack it when he thought it was weak, when Tecumseh was not there to lead the troops.
A group of native warriors at Prophetstown decided to strike first. Before dawn, on the morning of November 7th, they moved through an oak thicket toward Harrison's army, camped on the banks of the Tippecanoe River.
The attack certainly initially goes extremely well. The American soldiers are thrown into complete chaos. The natives inflict significant casualties. The Americans organize themselves. They start to hit back. And so before light, the natives withdraw.
In the real Battle of Tippecanoe, the natives inflicted a good deal of damage. But Harrison's reports to Washington described a decisive victory, a glorious victory, a report that became an American legend. The day after the battle, Harrison's troops burned Prophetstown to the ground. His men dug up Indian graves and scalped and mutilated Indian corpses. In the village, they found British weapons, a discovery that outraged the frontier press. Vengeance, one newspaper demanded. The news angered the war hawks in Washington as well, and made life difficult for President James Madison.
Madison was pressured by the war hawks. He was a brilliant legislative mind. As an executive, he foundered to some degree. He was a sensitive man, very small. He could look, one observer said, like a withered little applejawn. His enemies, who called him a pygmy, acknowledged that he was very smart. But he probably wasn't cut out to be what was called then the chief magistrate.
He lacked a certain decisiveness. He lacked an instinct for the jugular.
Where Madison was an introvert, his wife Dolly was quite the opposite. She was 17 years younger, a fashion plate, politically astute, yet blazingly social. Madison himself was more at home among his books than in human company.
He's the architect of the Constitution. He certainly understands very well that the power to declare war, the war powers, are in fact lodged with Congress.
Madison sent a war message to Congress in June of 1812. What he does in that message is lay out all our grievances against Great Britain and then say Congress may wish to consider what to do next.
On June 1st, 1812, Madison's war message was read before both houses of Congress. It listed the reasons for war. The British were impressing sailors, interfering with trade, and stirring up Indian warfare in the Northwest. 3 days later, the House voted 79 for war, 49 opposed. But in the Senate, debate lasted for weeks, and the margin was 19-13. It was the closest formal war vote in American history.
It was a foolish notion to think that the United States could take on Great Britain, the world's most powerful naval power. It was a nation able to produce everything from muskets to cannon to ships of all sizes, shapes, and description.
But in Britain, the declaration of war was yet another unwelcome piece of news. Napoleon and his allies controlled most of Europe. King George III was insane. In May, the Prime Minister had been shot and killed in the House of Commons. The last thing Britain needed was another war. In Canada, there was even less enthusiasm for the war. People there knew that the declaration would soon be followed by an invasion.
There were many Americans living in Canada. Madison felt that Canada would almost welcome the United States as a liberator.
The Madison administration was very confident that the conquest of Canada would be, as Thomas Jefferson said, a mere matter of marching. And I'm glad he said that because British and Canadian historians have been dining out on that quote ever since. But there was a misplaced confidence in that the Canadians would not fight hard, that Britain would not fight hard to defend this territory.
Even in the United States, the war got a mixed reception. In the West, the announcement was celebrated. But in New England, the reaction was quite different. This was the bastion of the Federalist Party, the opposition to Madison's Republican Party. Here, shops closed, bells tolled, flags hung at half-staff.
The New England states had a flourishing coastal trade with Great Britain, which they weren't interested in losing. The effort on the part of the war hawks to paint Great Britain as the great enemy that had to be opposed really didn't find much support in New England. The New Englanders were fairly happy with the way things were, thank you very much, and their livelihood depended upon it.
There was quite a bit of opposition to the war. Probably the most eloquent and forceful of the opposition papers was published by a Baltimore lawyer by the name of Alexander Hansen. He was publishing an anti-war newspaper in Baltimore, which was decidedly pro-war.
He denounced President Madison and Congress for declaring war because the country was not ready for it. In his newspaper, he foresaw the ruin of America.
As soon as war was declared, Hansen came out against it. Many in Baltimore were outraged. Violently outraged.
There was a huge mob of people gathered outside the house. Hansen had a group of his friends inside that were barricaded.
And so at night time, they were taken, these few people and Hansen himself were taken into protective custody in jail. And they were given the assurance that their lives would be protected.
The mob broke into the jail, took the prisoners. They were all beaten, really beaten. Hansen was beaten unconscious.
9 men were clubbed and stabbed. One was tarred and feathered, then set afire. A general in the Maryland militia was stabbed to death. Alexander Hansen was left for dead, but he survived.
What happened in Baltimore in those early days of the War of 1812 is a lesson in how you should not subdue dissent even during warfare, because a mob can get out of control and destroy the very values which you are trying to uphold.
For the United States, this was an inauspicious start to a war that would go on for 2.5 years. The first chapters of the war were a story of American disaster, one blunder after another.
One of the greatest mistakes that the American government makes in declaring the war is the way they go about informing their own army that war has been declared, particularly in the Northwest. They make the mistake of sending word out by the common post, which could take weeks, even months. The British commanders in the Northwest know that war has been declared before the American commanders do.
At the western edge of the United States, the American fort on Mackinac Island, commanded by Lieutenant Porter Hanks, controlled the strategic narrows between Lakes Michigan and Huron. One peaceful day in July 1812, a British and Indian force gathered on the heights behind the fort and sent over a messenger.
Lieutenant Porter Hanks is completely unaware that war has been declared until, this is oversimplifying to a point, but he wakes up one morning, there's a cannon pointing down the hill and a guy in a red coat knocking on the door saying, we'd like the keys.
Lieutenant Hanks surrendered to the British, and minutes later, the Union Jack flew over the fort.
A fort of this magnitude has simply fallen without a fight. This is a tremendous blow to American morale, to the strategic situation in the Northwest.
In the summer of 1812, James Madison approved a plan that surprised no one. The United States would wage war on Britain by invading Canada. The Americans would invade in 3 places. One army would plow into Canada from Detroit at the western edge of Lake Erie. Another force would cross the border at the Niagara River, just east of Lake Erie. And a third would head directly for Montreal.
The U.S. plan at the beginning of the war, it's that they were planning to attack everywhere, it seems. And it was all very disorganized.
The U.S. plan ignored some basic truths of the era. There were no real roads. Transportation moved well only on water, and the British held the St. Lawrence. Towns on the distant frontier were out of touch with Washington, and communication between the 3 American armies was non-existent.
At the same time, the British, who had very much smaller forces in Canada, the planning was very good, the defense planning. They knew what they wanted to do.
And they knew who they wanted to do it. The fate of the Canadian colonies rested in the hands of Governor-General Sir George Prevost, a sensible, practical administrator. His job was to hold on to as much of Canada as he could.
He faced a big challenge, large territory, sparse population, and a territory that wasn't all that well fortified.
But Prevost had an asset in the brilliant General Isaac Brock, commander in Upper Canada. Brock was Prevost's antithesis. He was 42, strikingly handsome, a wine lover and gourmet, a dazzling dancer, an omnivorous reader, an aggressive, willful gambler, an aristocrat to his bones.
He was extremely energetic. He was extremely ambitious. He did not want to be in Canada. He knew the real war was in Europe, and he felt that if he distinguished himself here, that they would send him over to Europe, to where the real war was.
When he first joined the 49th Regiment of Foot, in the regiment was a famous duelist. This man insulted Brock. Brock insulted him right back. So this man challenged Brock to a duel. Brock chose pistols to be fired over a handkerchief, not a distance of 30 paces, but over the width of a handkerchief. The duelist backed down, and being disgraced had to leave the regiment.
In North America, Brock and Prevost realized that Upper Canada, the vast province in the west bordering all 5 of the Great Lakes, might be lost to the invading Americans.
Isaac Brock. My situation is most critical. Most of the people have lost all confidence. I, however, speak loud and look big.
Looking big might not be enough. Brock had a massive area to defend and few men to do it with. Beyond the Canadian militia, he had just 1,200 regular soldiers from the British Army. But it was an army of veterans.
It was an army made up basically of the poor. The soldiers were there out of economic desperation by and large.
They joined the army for the food, the lodging, and the clothes on their back, because it beat the devil out of starving to death in the slums of Glasgow.
One British soldier was Shadrach Byfield, a young man from Wiltshire, a weaver by trade.
Shadrach Byfield. I entered the military service at 18 in the year 1807. My mother, on hearing I was enlisting, was so affected she fell in a fit and never spoke after. I was obliged to march off the next morning.
The man who understood British soldiers best, the Duke of Wellington, said that they were the scum of the earth, enlisted for drink. He also said that he put his life in their hands, so they were at one and the same time at the bottom end of the socio-economic scale, and they were hugely important. These guys are professionals.
The U.S. Army, by contrast, had virtually no professionals. Americans still distrusted the entire idea of a standing army, which might become a threat to their liberty. So the United States would rely heavily on militia.
Many of the militia during this period regarded their training on a monthly basis as an opportunity to get together with friends, discuss what's going on, and then adjourn to the local tavern to end up the day with a few drinks.
American militia service was an oddly informal arrangement. They often had no uniforms. They often elected their own officers. Their attachment to their home state was as powerful as their feelings for the country, and few imagined that invading another nation might be part of the job description. The American generals Madison had to choose from were hardly better. In fact, they were worse.
The generals he had to pick among were either very young and untried or veterans who were 30 years past their prime. He went with the veterans and it was disastrous.
One such veteran was William Hull.
William Hull had been a brave soldier in the Revolution. He was 58. He had eaten and drunk a great deal too well for 30 years. And when the war was looming, Madison called him back to Washington and offered him a generalship in the fledgling American Army. They needed him to go and invade Canada. So he went off with many misgivings and no possibility of success.
In July 1812, General Hull assembled an army for what looked to be an invincible invasion sent from Detroit. General Brock had only one hope to stop the American invasion: help from the native warriors.
We are committed to a war in which the enemy will always surpass us in numbers, equipment, and resources. It is of primary importance that the confidence and goodwill of the Indians be preserved.
During the American Revolution, most Native Americans had allied themselves with the British, a decision that cost them lives and land.
The British understood that without Native allies, they would have a very difficult time. But because of our losses during the Revolutionary War, our people were very hesitant to fight. When we put ourselves in the moccasins of these fellows back then, what big decisions ahead? What side to pick? What fight to make? And where to make that fight? They're big, big decisions.
But after the burning of Prophetstown, Tecumseh had made his choice. Late one August evening, he entered Brock's quarters on the Canadian side of the Detroit River. The two men liked each other on sight.
A more sagacious and gallant warrior does not, I believe, exist. Tecumseh has the admiration of everyone who conversed with him.
They've both been professional, full-time soldiers, basically, in their culture since they've been teenagers. Isaac Brock's older brother had been killed during the American Revolution as a British officer. And Tecumseh's older brother had been killed, and his father as well, fighting Americans.
All of Brock's officers urged caution. Tecumseh pushed for an immediate attack. Brock agreed. "This is a man," Tecumseh said of Brock. On the morning of August 15th, 1812, they crossed the river and took up positions around Fort Detroit. The Americans sat safely behind walls 11 feet high, but the audacious Brock sent General Hull a demand. "I require," he wrote, "your immediate surrender." Hull was tortured by doubt.
He had an inordinate fear of the Indians. He was convinced that the Indians were savages beyond any recognition as human beings, that if they were unleashed on his family or his troops, it would be the worst kind of massacre.
Brock dressed Canadian militiamen in surplus uniforms, so they looked like regulars. Tecumseh marched his same men past the fort 3 times, so it looked as if he had thousands of warriors. Then the British primed the cannon.
The British gave notice that they would commence a bombardment of Detroit. When it began, Lydia Bacon, who was the wife of an American Army officer, was actually in the fort. She was in the hospital quarters with other women preparing bandages for the wounded. The British got the range of the fort so well that a shell came through the next door room and killed 2 officers outright.
Lydia Bacon. The cannon began to roar. A 24-pound shot cut 2 officers who were standing in the entry directly in 2. The same ball passed through the wall and took the legs off of 1 man. My feelings were wrought up to a high pitch. But weep I could not, complain I would not.
William Hull did not have Lydia Bacon's courage. The American general disintegrated.
In the fort, there was Hull slumped on the ground, drinking heavily, smoking, tobacco juice and spittle running down the front of his uniform. His men are so angry, they haven't fired a shot.
Hull begged for time. He sent a note to Brock, asking for a 3-day ceasefire.
Shadrach Byfield. I was with General Brock at that time, and from what we could hear, the American general inside the fort wanted 3-day cessation, to which our general replied that if they did not yield in 3 hours, he would blow up every one of them.
Hull didn't need 3 hours. After a few minutes, he ordered a white tablecloth hung out a window. It was the only time in history that a white flag was raised over an American city before a foreign army.
Brock comes, he marches thousands of American troops out, some of them militia he sends home. Hull he takes to Canada, marches him through the streets, and ultimately sends him home.
"I have done what my conscience directed," Hull wrote. "I have saved Detroit from the horrors of an Indian massacre." But Hull had lost an entire army and had dealt a shocking blow to the morale of his own country.
And Hull's men are pressed to have him court-martialed. And he is found guilty. And he is sentenced to be shot. Madison reviews Hull's record, decides that he was a hero in the Revolution, and he sustains the sentence, but not the execution. And Hull goes home in disgrace to Massachusetts.
But Detroit was only the first of 3 parts to the American invasion of Canada. In October, a second American army assembled in New York at Lewiston, across the Niagara River from the Canadian village of Queenston.
The general that's in command of the region for the American Army is Stephen Van Rensselaer. He's one of the richest men in New York.
Stephen was a fine fellow, an effective politician, a statesman in New York State, but he had no military experience at all.
The British Army, by contrast, was led by Isaac Brock himself. Brock had sailed quickly down Lake Erie to take command of a small army of regulars and irregulars.
And at Queenston Heights, Isaac Brock's got black troops following him. He's got poor Canadian farm kids. And he's also got a couple hundred Grand River warriors. It's this mishmash of people who all come together and fight and defend our version of North America.
Brock's forces were assembled along the heights at Queenston. Yet Van Rensselaer decided to send his army across the Niagara River at Queenston, directly into the British troops.
The Americans had thousands of militia, hundreds of regulars that could have crossed the river, but they only arranged for 13 boats to carry them. Now, the Niagara River is a difficult piece of water to get across, and especially in the middle of the night, and especially when it's rowed by men who haven't been across the Niagara River before.
At dawn on October 13th, 1812, the Americans began to cross as cannon on both sides roared incessantly. A group of Americans reached the shore, then found a fisherman's path up the cliff and took the heights overlooking the town.
Brock knew that if the Americans were able to successfully get a toehold and capture Queenston Heights, there's a good chance that the British would lose Upper Canada.
He leads British soldiers up the hill, dismounted with his sword drawn in full view of the American troops.
An American soldier at about 20 paces away with a double-shotted musket fired at Brock, hit him in the heart and killed him instantly.
The British raised the shout, "Revenge the General!" But the Americans held the high ground, a decisive textbook advantage. But the Grand River Iroquois warriors did not engage in textbook warfare.
Our style of warfare, we like to stick close to cover, keep stealthy and gain the advantage on the enemy. Queenston Heights was basically a flanking maneuver on the native part.
The native warriors worked their way behind the Americans, then burst out of the woods screaming their war cries. One American remembered, "I thought hell had broken loose and led her dogs of war upon us. I expected every moment to be made a cold Yankee."
American militia that are still on the American side of the river can hear the whoops and hollers of the warriors as they're popping in and out of the woods, taking shots and so forth.
Once the militia on the American side heard the war cries of our warriors, they refused to fight on Canadian soil. And they refused to cross to the Canadian side and aid the regulars that were being attacked up on the heights.
The Americans who had crossed the river were doomed. John Beverly Robinson, a British artilleryman, watched them go.
John Beverly Robinson. They had no place to retreat to, and were driven to the brink of the mountain which overhangs the river. Many leaped down the side of the mountain to avoid the horrors which pressed on them, and were dashed in pieces by the fall.
Many died. The rest surrendered, giving the British almost 1,000 prisoners and one of the most momentous victories in the history of Canada. But they had lost one very important man. Isaac Brock, once called the savior of Western Canada, was now gone.
Brock was one of those rare individuals who has a tremendous amount of charisma, a tremendous amount of organizational talent. This is a tremendous blow to Upper Canada. It's a tremendous blow to the British military in that time period.
Yet the British, Canadian, and native forces had again beaten back an invasion. 2 down, 1 to go. There was a third American army heading for Montreal. This one was commanded by a general named Henry Dearborn.
Some of the young American officers coined the phrase Granny Dearborn because he was like their old granny, aging, sickly. He needed his hot water bottle at night for the rheumatism. He was slow to move, conservative in his ideas.
In November 1812, Dearborn sent his force of 4,000 north toward Montreal. But in his 2 columns, confusion was so general that the troops fired on each other. At the border, a full two-thirds of the militia refused to cross into British territory. Dearborn's troops never engaged the enemy. He called off the third American invasion of Canada. It was an invasion that never happened at all.
The first year of the war ended in disaster for the Americans. Every offensive that was undertaken into Canada ended in failure, abysmal failure.
The Americans had been hugely overconfident about conquering the Canadian colonies by land. On the other hand, the U.S. never had the slightest illusion about being able to defeat the British at sea.
In 1812, the Royal Navy has over 100 ships of the line in commission. It has 200 frigates. The United States Navy has 8 frigates, no ships of the line, a few brigs, a few sloops, some gunboats. Who's going to win this war? It's obvious.
But in this war of surprises, it was on the waves where the Americans had their first success. On August 19, 1812, the American frigate Constitution encountered the British Guerriere in the Atlantic.
During the battle with HMS Guerriere, British gunnery, of course, was brisk and hot. One sailor saw the round shot bounce off the thick bulwarks of Constitution. And the sailor said, "Huzzah! Her sides are made of iron!" And in fact, it simply was that the planking was deliberately built thicker. At the end of the battle, there were over 12 of these round-shot cannonballs, you'd call them in civilian language, that were lodged in the hull of Constitution. So she became known as Old Ironsides, which she still is today.
A few weeks after cutting the Guerriere to pieces, Old Ironsides met a second British frigate, the Java. The result was the same, surrender. And a second frigate, the United States, had defeated the Macedonian. With more guns and more men, the Yankee frigates simply overpowered their British counterparts.
Strategically, those victories weren't terribly important. But my goodness, from a morale sense, they really fired up the American nation.
The Americans won 3 straight. That was absolutely unprecedented. The French hadn't won 3 straight frigate actions against the British ever. So this caused some concern. What was wrong with English ships and English men that they couldn't beat these upstart Yankees?
The upstart Yankee Navy still had few ships, but the U.S. government commissioned hundreds of ships as privateers.
Privateers were merchant vessels built for speed, authorized to carry arms and cruise against the enemy's commerce in time of war.
Privateering is state-licensed piracy. It's an age-old system. It's a cheap kind of militia system as opposed to a regular navy.
They were never going to determine the outcome of a war, but they did put pressure on the enemy's commerce.
In the autumn of 1812, the American victories at sea gave people in the United States a sense of hope. The invasions of Canada had not gone well, but the Americans were willing to try again. In the West, William Henry Harrison had recruited a sizable army, much of it crack Kentucky sharpshooters. William Atherton, a 21-year-old farm boy, was one of the recruits.
William Atherton. We volunteers from Kentucky left our homes on the 12th of August, 1812. We anticipated danger and made arrangements to meet it.
In late fall 1812, Atherton traveled with Harrison's army on a search-and-destroy campaign west of Lake Erie. Harrison's plan was to clear the natives from their lands, then head for Fort Detroit. Harrison was ruthless.
William Atherton. At Fort Wayne, we were ordered to march to 2 Indian towns for the purpose of burning their houses and destroying their corn. We accomplished this.
Frontiersmen and natives were accustomed to engaging in a very brutal form of warfare. They killed women and children. They took scalps and other body parts for souvenirs, took no prisoners of war. That kind of warfare was typical of what occurred on both sides on the frontier.
But by December, Harrison's men were suffering as they struggled toward Detroit.
William Atherton. The men became very sickly. The typhus fever raged among us. We saw nothing but hunger and cold staring us in the face. We scarcely had anything to eat. Many times the dead march was heard in the camp.
There was worse to come. In early 1813, a portion of Harrison's army encamped at Frenchtown near the River Raisin, in what is now southeastern Michigan.
We were accommodated with all the necessaries of life. We almost seemed to forget we had an enemy in the world.
But on a quiet January night, an attack force of over 1,100 British and native warriors, commanded by Henry Proctor, silently made its way through the snowy forest. Shadrach Byfield, the private from Wiltshire, was among them.
Under cover of a wood, we approached near to the enemy, unperceived.
William Atherton. I slept soundly until awakened by the startling cry of "To arms! To arms!" and the thundering of cannon, and the more terrific yelling of savages. The first thing that presented itself to my sight was the fiery tail of a bombshell. And these came in quick succession.
Shadrach Byfield. Before daylight, we had charged them several times. I was much affected by seeing a lad, about 11 or 12 years of age, who was wounded in one of his knees. The little fellow's cries from the pain of his wound, his crying after his dear mother and saying he should die, were so affecting that it was not soon forgotten by me. Then I received a musket ball under my ear and fell. My comrade exclaimed, "Byfield is dead." And I thought to myself, is this death?
But the British and native forces soon overwhelmed the Americans. Colonel Proctor, who had no combat experience, simply marched away, leaving 80 wounded prisoners to his Indian allies. And the native warriors, long enraged by Harrison's brutality, were not in a merciful mood.
There's a number of American wounded that are left behind in some of the cabins, and there's only a very small British guard on these folks. Many of these prisoners are massacred.
Tecumseh's brother said, whenever the Indians win a battle, it's called a massacre. Whenever the whites win a battle, it's called a great triumph. So political spin was used here about who was committing atrocities.
When the Haudenosaunee would take a prisoner, it really depends on what happened just prior to that and what that person did. If that person had killed somebody on our side, then in likelihood they would be executed, or if not, pretty severely tortured.
The Indians had very logical reasons for killing prisoners. They had no jails to put them in, and they had no means of granting them paroles and exchanges. And they often said, well, the reason we kill prisoners is that we don't want to fight our enemies twice.
But William Atherton would not be killed at the Battle of River Raisin.
William Atherton. An Indian took me to the back of a house, put a blanket around me, and gave me a hat. He brought with him a pack horse and gave me the bridle, making signs to march on.
Captives, particularly young male captives, were very highly prized amongst the Indians. They were often integrated into the Indian tribes in a remarkably close way.
William Atherton from Kentucky would now learn to be a Potawatomi in the cold, quiet forests of Michigan.
I have nothing to say against the Indian character. They are a brave, hospitable, kind, and honest people. But Kentucky, my home, would rise up before my mind. I found among the Indians a scrap of newspaper printed at Lexington. This I read over and over, again and again.
For James Madison and his nation, 1812 was a year of debacle and defeat, the utter collapse of the ambitious three-part invasion of Canada. 1813 had begun with the massacre of American troops at River Raisin. Even worse, the British Navy had begun a strangling blockade along the eastern seaboard. By the end of March, the blockade extended from the Delaware Bay to Florida.
The American economic system just stops. Trade dries up. The British have just closed down American shipping.
As the spring of 1813 arrived, British General Henry Proctor was marching his army into Ohio. But William Henry Harrison, after the disaster at River Raisin, would be ready for him.
He moves part of his army up to the rapids of the Maumee River near modern Toledo, Ohio. He builds what will become Fort Meigs. Meigs is essentially a fortified camp. It's about 10 acres. It's a picketed stockade.
With 7 two-story blockhouses, 5 raised batteries, and sheltering embankments 12 feet high, Fort Meigs was built to withstand almost any attack. Soon, it would have to.
In early May of 1813, the British and natives under Proctor and Tecumseh come to lay siege to the fort. Up until now, the British and the natives have enjoyed an unbroken string of victories in the Northwest and humiliations to boot. Well, that's not going to happen at Fort Meigs. Harrison understands frontier warfare, and he's not going to be scared into surrendering like his predecessors had been.
Harrison waited inside the fort, much to Tecumseh's fury. It is hard to fight people who live like groundhogs, the Shawnee said.
About 4 days through the siege, Harrison receives word that there is a party of reinforcements, Kentuckians, coming down the river. The Kentuckians storm the British batteries. They're cut off and surrounded by the native force.
Once more, defeated American soldiers were in the hands of the native warriors, as they had been at the River Raisin. Once more, a massacre begins.
It's not the British that put an end to this massacre, it's Tecumseh. Tecumseh rides in, waving his tomahawk according to the stories, and puts an end to this massacre where the British had stood by and literally done nothing.
He had a sense of honor. He was a humane, compassionate man. He was a man who didn't believe in gratuitous violence. He didn't believe in slaughtering people out of any sense of triumph.
Inside the fort, Harrison and his army were still safe. For over 4 days, the British blasted away, pounding the fort with cannonballs to no avail. Proctor refused to make a direct assault on the fort. Tecumseh was furious. His warriors would not make war by sitting and waiting. He later said that Proctor was a fat animal that carries its tail on its back, but when affrighted, drops it between its legs and runs off.
This is a really good example of the dynamic between Tecumseh and Proctor versus the dynamic between Tecumseh and Brock. In one point, supposedly he says to Proctor, "You are unfit to command. Go and put on petticoats."
In the end, Proctor simply departed, leaving the fort in Harrison's hands.
For a change, as the British have been turned back, Fort Meigs is the beginning of the end for Tecumseh and for the British in the Northwest.
But the American success at Fort Meigs was not repeated along the Niagara border. In the spring of 1813, an American army again crossed the Niagara River. As the Americans camped near Stony Creek, a small British force launched a raid at night.
The British had the advantage of surprise. It's pitch black. There's only ambient light from the stars. So when the British charged into the camp, the American units are trying to figure out where is the enemy.
2 American generals got lost and wandered into enemy lines. A 3rd American officer led a valiant cavalry charge, only to find out that the army he was cutting to pieces was his own.
The Battle of Stony Creek is, in many ways, representative of the War of 1812 in microcosm. The American commanders are captured. The British commander gets lost in the woods. The Americans technically are defeated, but they retain the field. The British are victorious, but they retreat.
The term the fog of war was coined at that time in the age of muskets because every musket that was fired gave off a cloud of black powder smoke. Muskets were dreadfully inaccurate. They were also slow to load. You had to get within about 80 paces of an enemy to shoot your musket at them and hope to hit them. So the most effective way of using the muskets was to mass your men together in tight formation and have them fire a volley.
What I have here is a war club. It's the Indian weapon in the War of 1812, even though they had muskets and carbines. We actually call it the skull cracker. It cracks your skull, and that was what it's intended to do. Hit a guy hard enough in the head, you're going to knock him out of commission. Now, sometimes they would decorate them with their totem animal or your dream animal, something of power, something that would come to you. But you would use this thing in battle. You would go running up to a guy, crack him in the head with this thing, and you're going to do some damage. During the War of 1812, they began to add sharp deer antler pieces or even knives or blades on here because they became more powerful. They cut through the soldiers' uniforms.
If the war club was the most basic weapon, the most powerful weapon was the cannon. It took a crew of up to 15 men to charge, aim, and fire these hefty and often inaccurate guns. One British captain, Philip Broke of the Shannon, outfitted his ship with gun sights at his own expense. He drilled his crew constantly in gunnery. It paid off in short order in a memorable duel with the American ship, the Chesapeake.
The British won the Shannon-Chesapeake action off Boston. The USS Chesapeake, in the space of 11 minutes flat, went from a fighting ship to a complete wreck with a British crew on board. This was the shortest, sharpest, and bloodiest frigate battle in the history of war at sea under sail.
But in America, the bloody battle would be remembered for a slogan, the dying words of the American captain, James Lawrence.
Before he died, he uttered the words, "Don't give up the ship." And that became a watchword for the United States Navy from then on.
The irony is that not long after Lawrence urged his crewmen and his officers, don't give up the ship, that's exactly what they did. They had no choice. The British boarded the Chesapeake, and the Americans had to surrender the ship. So in the end, it was given up.
James Lawrence died in battle at sea, but the naval battles that would really matter in this war were fought inland, on the lakes.
It was important for the British to maintain naval power of some kind on Lake Erie, and equally important for the Americans to obtain naval power on Lake Erie.
If you can control the lake, you can control the flow of supplies, you can control the logistics of the area. Both armies are operating at the end of a very tenuous supply line.
The commander in charge of the small British squadron on Lake Erie was Robert Harriet Barclay, a 27-year-old veteran who had already lost an arm in battle. His opposite number was Commander Oliver Hazard Perry of the U.S. Navy. Both men were overseeing the feverish construction of ships on Lake Erie.
Both countries have to build fleets out of local timber with imported shipwrights, imported materials. It's a competition. Who can build the biggest ships the fastest?
The coming naval battle would decide the fate of the entire Great Lakes region. On the morning of September 10th, 1813, the U.S. fleet sailed toward the British. Perry, on his flagship the Lawrence, flying a flag that paid homage to Lawrence's last words. Not a word was spoken, an American seaman remembered. It seemed like the awful silence that precedes an earthquake. This was the time to try the stoutest heart.
Perry sailed into the British squadron with his flagship, the Lawrence, and just started trading broadsides with the two principal British ships on both sides.
The first cannonball tore through the Lawrence.
The biggest risk to the sailors were not direct hits by the balls themselves. The biggest damage was caused by the splinters when the cannonballs penetrated the oak hull. It sent huge splinters out that would be like flying lances. The scuppers would actually run with the blood.
Lawrence was soon reduced to a wreck. There were casualties strewn across the deck. It was customary, if your vessel was incapable of maneuvering, you would strike your colors. Perry wasn't about to do that. Miraculously, he had survived the cannonading. He had the ship's longboat brought alongside, and he jumped down into the longboat with shot whizzing around his ears. The famous painting shows him standing in the boat. He probably didn't stand in the boat.
But he certainly was under fire. The British realized what he was doing, and they tried to target him. There were cannonballs and round shot and grape shot and canister raining down, but he made it safely to the second ship, the Niagara.
He hoisted his colors in the Niagara and pressed on with the attack.
After 3 hours, the British gave up their ships, all of them. An entire squadron of the world's most powerful navy had been captured.
At the end of the battle, Perry sits down and he writes a very simple note. We have met the enemy, and they are ours. 2 ships, 2 brigs, 1 schooner, and 1 sloop. Barclay had been wounded in his other arm. And when the officers of both sides who had died were being buried ashore, it was Perry who held Barclay to his side. 2 young men. And really one of the most poignant scenes, I think, from a war that many say should never have happened, watch the burial take place. There was gallantry on both sides. There was honor on both sides.
The U.S. controlled Lake Erie, and the British supply line was severed. Immediately, General Proctor withdrew from his position on the Detroit River, pulling his troops far back into Canada.
The British retreated eastward along the Thames River, Tecumseh urging Proctor to stand and fight.
Tecumseh, we are very much astonished to see our father preparing to run away. The Americans have not yet defeated us by land. We wish to remain here and fight our enemy. We are determined to defend our lands. We wish to leave our bones upon them.
Finally, at a place called Moraviantown, Harrison's advance guard of mounted Kentuckians came up with Proctor's retreating force.
Proctor prepared to make a stand in a swampy, wooded ground along the River Thames. He established 2 thin lines of defense. Harrison's Kentucky horsemen cut right through them.
Shadrach Byfield. After exchanging a few shots, our men gave way. I was retreating when one of our sergeants exclaimed, "For God's sake, help me! Stand and fight!" I stood by him and fired 1 shot, but the line was broken and the men were retreating.
Proctor was riding away from the battle. Tecumseh will not give ground. He's not going to retreat anymore. And already years had passed. We had rebuilt his army. Tecumseh and his warriors are really kind of left to fight by themselves. He's going to stay and fight, even if it cost him his life. And it does. He's wounded in the chest. Mortally, he dies in the pitch of the battle.
Those Kentucky men who rode him down and killed him, they were desperate to see the end of him and everything he stood for. The death of that one iconic leader took one of America's really dangerous enemies out of the war. After that, the Native Americans were no longer a force in this conflict.
Imagine for a minute if we had rallied with Tecumseh, if we had gotten the Native nations together, if we drew this thin red line on the border and say, that's it, enough is enough, at that time we would have had the balance of power to change American history.
Tecumseh's death marked the end of an era. Never again would Indian nations help decide who had power in North America. Soon, 62 Native chiefs signed an armistice, with William Henry Harrison himself.
Immediately after the Battle of the Thames, William Henry Harrison started building Tecumseh up into a larger figure, referred to him as the Napoleon of the West.
America seems to love dead Indians. Not only is that a historic line, the only good Indians I saw are the dead ones, but in reality, the killing of Tecumseh is one of a series of victories that fuel the American spirit. If you go to Annapolis at the Naval Academy, there's a statue of Tecumseh. Apparently they paint him up every time they go to have final exams or heading off to war, that somehow he's this symbol, this living symbol for the military, even though he was defeated.
By that fall, William Atherton was no longer a Potawatomi. After months in the Michigan forests, he told his native family that he wanted to go home.
William Atherton. Every eye was fixed upon me. Some seemed astonished and others angry because I would think of leaving after being adopted into the family. But they soon made signs that I could go.
But he was still not home free. He had to be handed over to the British and he became their prisoner of war. On both sides, military prison life was a matter of survival, at best.
When I was delivered to the British, I was placed in the guardhouse, and during our confinement, we suffered from hunger. I had the floor for a bed and a log for a pillow.
In the fall of 1813, William Atherton would be marched from Michigan to a military prison in Quebec. But there were other Americans marching north as well. With Lake Erie secure, the United States was free to try again to conquer the eastern heart of the Canadian colonies, Montreal and even Quebec.
In the fall of 1813, Canada faced the most serious threat to its continued existence as a British colony. The Americans sent one large army of 7,000 men down the St. Lawrence towards Montreal, and another army of 5,000 men marching up the Champlain Valley to then rendezvous with them at Montreal.
With a total of 12,000 soldiers, this was the largest American operation of the war. But once again, the Americans put an invasion into the hands of incompetent officers.
The larger army was commanded by James Wilkinson, a somewhat strange, corrupt Revolutionary War veteran. Commanding the other army coming up the Champlain Valley was a Carolina planter named Wade Hampton, of whom it could be said his most salient feature was that he loathed Wilkinson. Neither men could stand each other.
The two forks of America's 1813 invasion would never be in tune. Wilkinson and Hampton each carried out his own private war. On October 25th, Hampton led his army to the Chateauguay River, just inside the Canadian border. There, he engaged the enemy, but not the British.
There were no British troops there. There was a Canadian force that was at Chateauguay, and mostly French-Canadian. The French-Canadian population basically sided with the British because, as one British officer put it, they trusted the Americans even less than the British.
The French-Canadian regiment at Chateauguay, the Voltigeurs, was commanded by Lieutenant Charles Michel de Salaberry. The Americans hoped that he and his volunteers wouldn't have their heart in the battle.
Hampton sent an officer forward on horseback who could speak French and asked him to harangue the Canadians, tell them to surrender. So this officer dutifully rode forward and said, "Brave Canadians, give yourselves up. We have no argument with you. We come to bring you liberty and freedom." De Salaberry took a musket from one of his men and he fired a long-range shot which dropped the American officer in mid-speech.
They formed, they attacked. The Americans were repelled on the west side of the river. And on the east side of the river, they tried to surround the Canadian force. They were beaten there too by an ambush in the woods.
The Canadians were outnumbered 5-1. Still, Hampton had the American forces retreat across the border. Half the invasion of 1813 was finished.
The Battle of Chateauguay loomed very large in Canadian mythology. The battle was fought primarily by Canadians and their Aboriginal allies. And so that one is rightfully claimed as a great Canadian victory.
There were principally French Canadians there, but there were also Scottish, Irish, even German Canadians who took part, all of whom used French as kind of a common language at the time, and who fought well together in defense of their farms. It was perhaps one of the first times in Canadian history that the disparate populations of Canada had ever fought together in a common cause.
Hampton's wing of the invasion had been beaten back, but General James Wilkinson was still sailing his 7,000-man American army toward Montreal.
Wilkinson is heading east along the St. Lawrence River.
It's estimated that a log would float down the St. Lawrence River faster than Wilkinson's fleet went.
Almost from the day they set out, General Wilkinson began dosing himself with laudanum to fight off dysentery. Wilkinson appears, from witnesses, to have miscalculated his dosage. And from time to time, he was wont to break into song and tell funny stories about previous experience when he should maybe have kept his nose to the grindstone.
Wilkinson had never commanded even a regiment in battle and expected the worst. In case of misfortune, he decided, the army must surrender. When his forces met up with the British at Chrysler's Farm, Wilkinson stayed behind.
His army outnumbers the British 3-1. The vast numerical superiority he enjoys is completely negated by the fact that he doesn't even show up to conduct the battle himself.
The Americans attacked through the mud of the fields at Chrysler's Farm and were driven back by volley after volley of accurate gunfire. The Americans were forced to retreat.
Wilkinson simply withdraws and abandons the entire attempt. His army hasn't been destroyed, he just doesn't have the stomach to continue.
Wade Hampton resigned his commission and returned to South Carolina. James Wilkinson faced a court-martial but was acquitted. In the United States, the invasion of 1813 was forgotten as quickly as possible. In Canada, the militia's role in the battles of Chateauguay and Chrysler's Farm would be remembered forever.
Canadians weren't quite sure who they were before the War of 1812. But after the War of 1812, the key populations knew who they weren't, and they weren't American.
In Canada, we have the emergence following the war of something known as the militia myth, which would plague the Canadian military right up until the First World War. And this was the idea that the farmer, the clerk, the ordinary individual could be called up, given a weapon, sent to the field, and defeat whomever opposed. Because after all, in the Canadian mind, it was these people who had won the War of 1812.
Laura Secord was another ordinary Canadian who came to Britain's aid in the War of 1812. A 37-year-old housewife from Queenston, she became famous for struggling through 20 miles of wilderness alone to warn the British about an impending attack. There's been debate about the usefulness of her trek, but over time she became a legend. On the 100th anniversary of her journey, a Canadian chocolate company adopted her name and image as its logo. By 1992, she was put on a postage stamp as a true national hero.
Modern historians look at her representing the pioneer woman's experience. A lot of courage, a lot of fortitude was necessary for many pioneer women to survive in the Canadas in those days. And I think, in a sense, she has become representative of that collective experience.
It's indicative also of the post-war thinking process that both nations have coming out of the war. Both Canada and the United States have this grasping for national heroes.
By late 1813, it was the American side that was running short of heroes. They'd secured the Great Lakes only to launch another invasion that crumbled in the face of smaller British forces. Morale for the American army was at rock bottom, just as it was for young William Atherton, freezing in Quebec.
It was an uninterrupted scene of suffering from beginning to end for a company of cold, ragged, and starved Kentucky boys. Often people came to see us in the prison. An idea prevailed that we were wild men or an order of beings that scarcely belonged to this earth.
Atherton would spend another year trying to survive the horror of military prison. And on the Niagara border, it would be a winter of horror on all sides.
Warfare at the time between Christian nations, there were certain conventions that one followed at the time. And one of those conventions is that you did not disturb the civilian populace, if possible. So that you could capture an enemy village, but you would not plunder the houses in that village. You would not burn civilian property.
But earlier in the year, poorly disciplined American troops had burned the public buildings in the capital of Upper Canada, York, the tiny town that eventually would become Toronto. The burning of York was just a prologue. the first in a string of actions that would make this war a milestone in the growing history of brutality.
On the 10th of December, 1813, the Americans set fire to the town of Newark, which is now Niagara-on-the-Lake. It was a very cold, snowy day, and by, the middle of the afternoon, the town was virtually a smoking ruin, and people were homeless and left to try and fend for themselves in the bitter winter conditions. There was one woman who was ill in bed. They moved her bed outside the house and just left her in the snow while they set fire to her house.
The British called for an immediate retaliatory strike. This kicks off a rash of burning that really lay waste to the entire Niagara frontier by the end of the year.
In one day, the British burned 3 towns to the ground. In Lewiston, one American said, "Our neighbors were seen lying dead in the fields and roads, some horribly cut and mangled, others eaten by the hogs." Then it was Buffalo's turn. Shadrach Byfield was there.
We took possession of the place. Orders were given so that no dwelling was to be spared except one, where the dead body of a child lay who had been shot in the street. This was in compassion towards the sorrowful mother.
The people of Buffalo gathered at the river and watched the smoke rise. Burning cinders from their homes sailed toward them, borne on the wind, and the sound of wailing and sobbing too rose on the wind. Fire had bred fire.
People are being not only put out of their houses by the burnings, but they're being killed and maimed in some very atrocious ways. People are being scalped, people are being tortured, carried off, separated from the rest of their families. It's really a tragic scene of affairs on both sides.
When the war broke out, the officers from the American garrison at Fort Niagara were at church across the river with British officers in St. Mark's Church in Newark. They were friends and neighbors. They traded across the border. They married across the border. By the end of 1813, it was a scene of desolation. The Canadian and American side of that river were just desolation.
By the end of 1813, President James Madison was hoping hard for peace. On December 30th, word arrived that Britain would negotiate, and Madison sent representatives off to Europe. But negotiations would not begin for over 7 months. As the United States hoped for peace, the country finally began to become proficient at war.
This is not the American army that went to war in the fall of 1812. What you have is a new, younger, aggressive breed of American officer. Men like Jacob Brown and Winfield Scott have done a tremendous amount of drilling and training of the troops under their command. This really represents the coming of age of the American Army.
The improved American Army would show its mettle in the summer of 1814. In July, Jacob Brown's troops battled British regulars twice on the Niagara Peninsula. On July 5th, in a field near the Chippewa River, Winfield Scott led his brigade right through a hail of artillery fire, causing the British to retreat. 3 weeks later, by a Canadian cemetery within earshot of Niagara Falls, the two armies met again, this time in one of the bloodiest battles of the war, a desperate encounter at Lundy's Lane.
It's the worst kind of battle you could want to fight. It's an unplanned meeting engagement with continuous reinforcement on both sides, and highly unusual for the time, it goes on into the night. One American participant called it a conflict obstinate beyond description. They got stuck into each other, and they weren't going to let go.
Soldiers were firing their muskets at each other at only a few feet away. The flash from the musket fire might scorch their clothes as the musket ball went flying by.
Shadrach Byfield. Our bugle sounded for the company to drop. A volley was then fired upon us, which killed 2 corporals and wounded a sergeant and several of the men. The company then arose, fired, and charged.
Units of the American Army perform very well, and at battles like Chippewa and Lundy's Lane, the British are, grudgingly respecting of the American performance. They stand on the field of battle under gunfire, and they don't flinch. And at this point, the British say, well, these guys have actually learned how to do this.
By the end of 5.5 hours of fighting, close to a third of both armies are dead or wounded, or run off in the night. Brown was badly wounded during the battle. Scott was seriously wounded. On the British side, General Drummond was wounded. Major General Ryle was not only badly wounded, he was also captured. It was a bad night for generals, Lundy is saying, and that's a fact. It was a bad night for everybody.
Shadrach Byfield. The 49th suffered severely in this engagement. In the morning, we collected the wounded and received orders to burn the dead.
Shadrach Byfield had escaped unscathed from what had been one of the bloodiest battles in the war. 2 weeks later, in a much smaller fight, Byfield was hit by a musket ball below the elbow.
There was no ability to repair that kind of damage, so on any limb that was hit, the typical treatment would be to amputate.
This is done without anesthetic. The surgeons were quite good at what they were doing, and they were quick. You've got the so-called loblollies that are standing by with the surgeons who are ready to hold you down as he takes off a limb with things that we would normally find at a hardware store.
Our doctor informed me that my arm must be taken off. They had men to hold me, but I told them there was no need of that. The operation was painful and tedious.
Byfield had his forearm amputated and still had enough presence of mind after the operation was over. The attendant was going to take it out and throw it in a pile of limbs. He said, no, bring that back. I want to give that arm a decent burial, and he did.
A few boards were nailed together for a coffin. My hand was put into it and buried on the ramparts. The stump of my arm soon healed, and 3 days after, I was able to play a game of cards for a quart of rum.
The Niagara Theater was the setting for much of the bloodiest fighting of the war. Over and over, the Americans tried to push into Canada, but these battles ended in stalemate. However, the year 1814 did see one clear victory. The British and their allies defeated the French, marched into Paris, and captured Napoleon. A world war that had lasted nearly 20 years was apparently over.
President Madison and his cabinet realized that the troops that were now fighting against Napoleon, upwards of 60,000, could be redirected elsewhere. If the world's largest power turned all their forces against the United States, there could be serious territorial losses.
With the fall of Napoleon, the British could expand their operations on the East Coast. By now, they were a familiar presence in the Chesapeake Bay. The year before, the dashing and aggressive Admiral George Cockburn had cruised relentlessly up and down the bay, burning homes and inflicting damage wherever he could.
The very mention of his name instilled fear into people's hearts by this time. His remit really was to harass the people of the area, to gain intelligence and to capture and destroy trade and shipping.
The British actually launched raiding parties on the western shore of the Chesapeake Bay. They would get off of their larger boats, come in on smaller boats on the land. They would raid plantations. They would steal silverware, cattle, burn the farms, and take away the slaves.
Over the course of the war, the British freed over 4,000 American slaves. A number of those slaves didn't just run away. They fought on the British side.
The colonial Marines were ex-slaves who enlisted in a special corps of Marines in British service from about April 1814. Royal Navy captains were more than happy to help slaves escape.
There was a long legacy of slaves trying to find any means necessary to have freedom, and the British offered that. The British really wanted to show that America was really a hypocrite. We had a president of the United States that was holding slaves at the time. The nation's capital, Washington, D.C., was a slave-holding district.
George Cockburn, although he was initially very dismissive of the notion of recruiting the refugee slaves, after a few weeks, he had nothing but praise for them, and he found that they were very, very determined. They were infinitely more dreaded than any of the British troops.
Black men in red coats really gives a powerful edge to this war. It's something that scares the living daylights out of the American South. The idea of large numbers of disciplined, armed black men. What's going to happen next?
In August 1814, 4,500 British regulars sailed up the Chesapeake Bay and landed in Maryland. The British were just a day's march from the nation's capital.
Washington as a capital has really only been in place for far less than 15 years. It's really just dirt streets, mud, a few government buildings.
Washington was a swampy, mosquito-infested malarial town of just 8,000 people, full of tree stumps and refuse. Even John Armstrong, the American Secretary of War, called Washington a sheep's meadow. He insisted that it would not be a target for the British. But Admiral Cockburn pushed hard for the British to strike against the capital. Within 48 hours, he said, the city of Washington might be possessed without difficulty. And in fact, the capital was virtually undefended.
Madison had this obsession with the Northern Theater. This leads to the situation where a British army moves on Washington and the best troops in the United States Army are 1,000 miles away.
The British first faced American militia at Bladensburg near the capital. The Americans had the advantage of numbers, but the well-trained British regulars advanced steadily and the militia quickly broke and ran. We made a fine scamper of it, one private said.
It was at that battle when we found out that we couldn't keep on depending on militia, when they were routed so severely and opened the path to the destruction of Washington. From that time on, the country understood it needed a professional army and navy.
But the American militia were not the only ones running away.
The citizens of Washington were hastily gathering up all their movable possessions and leaving the city in all safe directions. Dolly had remained in the president's house with instructions from her husband to be ready to flee at a moment's notice.
Dolly Madison. Since sunrise, I have been turning my spyglass in every direction, hoping to discern the approach of my dear husband. But alas, Mr. Madison comes not. 2 messengers covered with dust come to bid me fly.
Dolly Madison had been deserted by her honor guard that were supposed to keep her safe. Dolly was a Quaker, although not a fanatical one. She slept with a sword beneath her bed and said that she believed in giving as good as you got.
I was so unfeminine as to be free from fear and willing to remain in the White House. If I could have had a cannon from every window. But alas, those who should have placed them there fled before me. 2 hours before the enemy entered the city, I sent out the silver, the velvet curtains, the cabinet papers, and General Washington's picture.
One thing she wouldn't give way on was the portrait of George Washington. It was one of the standing portraits mounted in the entrance hall. She knew that to the British, who still considered Washington one of history's great traitors, that portrait would be the greatest trophy of the war. And she was determined that they wouldn't have it.
It was actually screwed to the wall. There wasn't time to unscrew it, so she gave the order to break the frame and take the painting out, which was then given to, as she put it, 2 gentlemen of New York for safekeeping. Dolly set off in her coach and made for the country. It was twilight on the 24th of August, 1814, when the red-coated troops were at the city and marching up Pennsylvania Avenue.
When they arrive in Washington, they burned the Capitol and then tramped more than a mile down Pennsylvania Avenue before they got into the White House. They found a table laid for 40 because Dolly Madison, the First Lady, had been expecting the military and the cabinet for dinner. So they feasted inelegantly. They toasted the health of their Prince Regent. They even drank to peace with America and down with Madison. And when one of the men found the ceremonial hat belonging to the president, he raised it by the tip of his bayonet. And he said if they could not capture the little president, they would parade his hat in England. They hacked at doors and window frames. They got all the furniture together. That night, they burned the White House.
That night, people in Washington could read by the light of the fires. From a distance, the President of the United States, riding away, kept stopping to look at the flames coming from his city.
Washington was a city in the making before the war. It was still evolving, a work in progress, if you like. And that had all been destroyed.
The American press was outraged at the burning, and even London newspapers were shocked. The Cossacks spared Paris, but we spared not the capital of America? Is it certain that this is a legitimate method of warfare?
The Americans had torched the public buildings of York, now Toronto, the capital of Canada, and this was just straightforward payback.
There was a feeling in Britain in 1814 that America deserved some punishment. America had stabbed Britain in the back while we were fighting Napoleon, and Britain looked on the fight against the French and Napoleon as everybody's battle, not just Britain's battle. We were trying to confront tyranny in Europe. And while we were doing that, here's the United States stabbing us in the back and trying to invade Canada.
The British occupied Washington for just one day. Soon, President Madison rode back into his charred, scarred city. This was the darkest hour of his presidency. The capital city was destroyed, and much worse seemed to be coming.
The government simply did not have a way of financing the war in the fall of 1814. And one of the byproducts of that was that it defaulted on the national debt. Public credit had collapsed, and I think it's fair to say the U.S. government was on the verge of bankruptcy.
We are bankrupts, wrote one Massachusetts newspaper. Our goods sitting in warehouses, our ships rotting at the wharves, our commerce dead.
People didn't have hard cash in the United States at that time, and people preferred to trade where they could get hard money. The British took advantage of this by paying American farmers in hard money.
A tremendous amount of American produce and provisions was flowing into Canada and actually feeding the British Army.
And prisoners of war as well. William Atherton, locked away in a Quebec prison, tasted New England's opposition to the war.
William Atherton. In prison, the British tauntingly told us that we were eating Yankee beef. Most of their supplies came from the States. These things occur very frequently, and men who profess great patriotism are sometimes found to be engaging in it. Such patriotism as this would scarcely be found in Kentucky.
That autumn of 1814, James Madison sent 2 regiments to an unusual destination, Hartford, Connecticut, where there were, in theory, no enemies. But force might be needed to quash a rebellion against the United States itself. For a group of New England leaders had announced a convention to be held in Hartford in the fall, and the New Englanders were bitter about the war. Many were openly defiant.
Madison, like most Republicans, feared that the Hartford Convention was part of a larger secessionist plot.
Let the Union be severed, wrote one Massachusetts leader. The United States seemed to be on the eve of destruction from within and without.
America's badly beaten, the capital city's been torched. The British have won the war. It's just a question of what terms they're prepared to accept.
At the negotiations in Ghent, Belgium, The British were prepared to accept large areas of American territory for themselves, including parts of what would become Maine and Minnesota, and they demanded that a massive Indian state be created around the Great Lakes. In other words, they were determined to end American expansion into the West. And there was muscle behind these demands. In September 1814, the Governor-General of Canada, George Prevost, led a British army into northern New York. It was the largest force ever to invade the continental United States.
This is going to be a killing stroke. If it's carried out effectively against a relatively small American garrison, the English can win a decisive battle here and force the Americans to concede terms.
Prevost planned to attack and occupy the American forts at Plattsburgh. To keep his troops supplied there, he needed to control Lake Champlain as well. What stood in his way was a small American squadron on the lake, commanded by a young officer named Thomas McDonough.
McDonough chooses to anchor the American flagship Saratoga and fight from an anchorage in Plattsburgh Bay.
He was going to simply turn his ships into floating gun platforms. The idea was that since there was overwhelming force coming by land, and possibly an equal-sized force to McDonough's own fleet coming by sea, he was going to back himself into a corner and fight like a badger and not come out until he won.
On September 11th, the British fleet sailed up to engage McDonough's ships.
The British have to sail up the lake against the wind. They struggle into the bay, begin to exchange some fire.
These ships are relatively lightly built. They carry heavy guns. In any kind of firefight, they'll be knocked to pieces, and the guns on one side will be taken out of battle. McDonough is ready for this. When his ships are so badly battered they can't fight, he simply hauls on the cables, turns the ship round, and presents a fresh broadside to an enemy who is already badly beaten up. The English commander cannot do this. He's only anchored one way. He can't turn his ships around, so he's going to lose.
After almost 3 hours of fighting, the British struck their colors. Any chance for their control of the lake was gone. With a single naval battle, the largest invasion of the continental United States had been brought to an abrupt halt.
Prevost calls off the attack and orders the division to move back to Canada to destroy the excess stores, and off they go. And everybody, from the soldiers, the NCOs, the junior officers, senior officers, could not understand why he did that.
He had to operate a defensive campaign up till that time. And when the Navy was defeated on Lake Champlain, in his opinion, it was no point in risking British lives by taking Plattsburgh, which he could well have done. So he withdrew the army for the protection of Canada in the future.
Prevost is a tragic figure, a sad figure. The man is told to hold the line, and he does that. He followed orders. That finished his military career.
When he got back to Montreal, a cabal of disgruntled officers began a letter-writing campaign back to London, basically criticizing Prevost for his command, his conduct on the Plattsburgh campaign, and that leads to his being sent back to England in disgrace.
Prevost's retreat meant the end of Britain's killing stroke invasion into New York State. But just 2 days after McDonough's victory, British forces launched another bold attack, this time against Baltimore.
The British went through Bladensburg, they ransacked Washington, D.C., but the big prize was Baltimore. It was an international community, it was a deep port, it was the center of commerce.
And it's the home of a lot of the privateers that are causing them problems. Baltimore, big shipbuilding town. So it would be really nice to get into downtown Baltimore and burn these shipyards, destroy the privateers.
The star-shaped fort called McHenry at the top of the bay was the linchpin. Destroy the fort, and the city would fall. On the morning of September 13th, the British Navy attacked the fort. Bombs began bursting in air.
The British hurled 1,400 cast iron exploding shells at the fort within a 48-hour period. And that's a total of about 133 tons of exploded metal over Baltimore Harbor that could be heard, by the way, 100 miles away in downtown Philadelphia.
For all the explosions, what Americans would remember from that night was the work of a lawyer, Francis Scott Key. He watched the bombardment from a ship just 8 miles away.
Key had seen over Fort McHenry this gigantic flag flying before sunset. And throughout the night he paced the deck of his ship in the darkness, hoping the explosions would continue, because if there was silence, it might mean the fort had capitulated.
As the morning mist clears, as he says in his hymn, he saw the American flag.
And he had never looked with such reverence upon the symbol of his country. He took a letter out of his pocket, and on the back of it, jotted down thoughts, words, phrases, anything that tumbled through his mind while the intensity of the moment lasted. That poem was crafted and polished, and it was set to an old English drinking song called To an Anacreon in Heaven.
Within a week after the battle for Baltimore, the song is published. It is 4 stanzas long. Within a month, every newspaper in the United States has published it.
The Star-Spangled Banner didn't become America's national anthem for 116 years, but the Battle of Fort McHenry had an immediate effect. The fort did not fall, and the British withdrew. The results from Plattsburgh and Baltimore changed the emotional and political climate, even in New England. The Hartford Convention did meet in 3 weeks of secret sessions. Its report denounced the war, but the word secession was not used. The 2 American victories also changed the tone at another meeting, the peace negotiations in Belgium. Britain's demand for an Indian state no longer had the force of victory behind it.
England tried to demand that America leave an Indian buffer zone between American settlements and Canada. The United States rejected this vigorously. They said, this is a property right we possess.
The treaties that resolved both the Revolutionary War and the War of 1812, in many ways, ignored us as primary participants. We're not nations in the final resolution of the peace, but they are still talking about us. They're the ones deciding our rights. And then when the war is over, they divide up our land.
No one at the Ghent talks cared about impressment anymore. With Napoleon in exile, the British no longer needed to impress sailors. The key question now was, where should the borders be drawn? Negotiations dragged on into December, while a massive British fleet headed for New Orleans.
New Orleans is the door to half a continent. It sits astride the mouth of the Mississippi River. The British really want to capture New Orleans as a strategic location to control not only the mouth of the Mississippi River, but all of its drainage, including Louisiana territory.
The Battle of New Orleans would occupy an odd place in this war's history. The Canadians were not involved in the fighting. The British quickly forgot it. But this battle, or rather the legend of this battle, is still remembered in the United States. Over the years, a story was told, a story of a heroic Tennessee general, of Kentucky riflemen sitting behind cotton bales, of a slaughter that won a war. The story began on December 1st, 1814, when Andrew Jackson arrived to take command of the city's defenses.
Andrew Jackson is probably as brave a man as we've ever had in our American history, physically brave. Very rash, orphaned early, ill-educated, but filled with ambition.
At 13, Jackson carried messages for the Americans in the Revolution. His mother and his 2 brothers died during that war. He was captured by the British and put in prison. There, an officer struck him with a sword for refusing to clean the officer's boots. Ever after, he harbored a great hatred for the British.
And he hated. He had a real capacity for hatred. He was not a reflective man. He liked action.
Jackson's most recent action had been a brutal campaign, a massacre of the Red Stick Creek Indians in Alabama and Georgia. As he took command in New Orleans, the entire city knew that the British were coming.
They weren't well prepared in any way for an invasion. They knew it. So when Jackson arrived with his militia and his regular army troops, he imposed martial law.
The Louisiana legislature discussed surrendering to the British. Jackson talked about blowing up the legislature instead and put one lawmaker in jail. He used threats and force to recruit soldiers and entered into a highly unusual alliance with the pirates from nearby Barataria Bay. He even accepted black men into his army, although he himself owned slaves.
Jackson's able to assemble an army there to oppose the British that combines all of these various factions. And I think that that's one of the reasons why that battle really says so much about forging a new American identity and a new American nation.
In fact, Jackson had assembled an army so diverse that orders had to be issued in English, French, Spanish, and Choctaw. Most of his 4,700 men were militia, lawyers, privateers, farmers, shopkeepers. The British were just one thing: soldiers. 5,300 professional soldiers.
The British had to advance up the river. They had to clear Andrew Jackson's 3 defensive positions and reach the city. Pretty straightforward task.
At dawn on January 8th, 1815, the British general Edward Pakenham marched his troops across a field at Chalmett's plantation.
Jackson has got his largely undertrained troops behind strong positions, so they're not going to be quite so nervous. Out in the open field, they wouldn't have lasted 5 minutes against British regulars.
The British advanced in just the absolute best of old world tactics in terms of rank and file and fife and drum, and on across the fog-draped field they came, and smack into the American line, and volley after volley just tore the British troops to pieces.
From start to finish, the attack was a shambles. The British were perfect targets on the open field, and Jackson saw his chance. "Give it to them, boys," he called, and his artillery thundered. The British paused to return the fire. Mistake. Edward Pakenham tried to rally his troops. He was shot and killed. For a time, no one knew who was in command, so no one called off the attack. The battle was brief and stunningly one-sided. The Americans had only 70 casualties. The British over 2,000, all in less than 25 minutes.
Most British people didn't really remember this war at all. And in 1959, there was a surprising ballad, The Battle of New Orleans, which took most British by surprise. It was by Johnny Horton, a country western star, or at least I think it was. It went something like this. In 1814, we took a little trip down by New Orleans and the mighty Mississippi. We took a little bacon and we took a little beans, and we fought the blooming British at the Battle of New Orleans.
Old Hickory said we could take them by surprise if we didn't fire muskets till we looked them in the eye. We held our fire till we see their faces well, then we opened up our squirrel guns and really gave them well.
The song was part of a general twisting of the truth, the New Orleans legend. The British did not run through the briars or the brambles, they simply died. The ramparts weren't made of cotton bales, and it was the American artillery, not the Kentucky riflemen, that did the damage. But the details did not matter. Nearly a month later, in early February, the news reached Washington and the town went wild. Glorious news, a newspaper shouted. 9 days after the news came from New Orleans, a ship finally reached the western side of the Atlantic. Peace. A treaty had been signed at Ghent on Christmas Eve, 1814, 2 weeks before the Battle of New Orleans. But most people in the United States heard about the victory at New Orleans before they heard about the end of the war. And so it seemed to Americans that Jackson's resounding victory had somehow brought peace.
It's a great propaganda coup for the Republican Party. It helps to keep them in power for another election or two. So really very useful. And it will be told as the core story of the American victory in the War of 1812. That's how you end the great War of 1812 story.
The terms of the Treaty of Ghent were crystal clear. The war had been a stalemate. The boundary lines would be exactly as they had been at the start. People had died, and the United States had gained nothing. But in the U.S., euphoria reigned. The Senate ratified the treaty unanimously, and James Madison was suddenly a popular president. In Canada, too, the peace was celebrated. The colonies were saved in part because Canadians had helped to fight off repeated invasions. In time, Canada would become a sovereign nation. The seeds of that sovereignty were sown in the War of 1812.
Of course, Canadians will say they won because they avoided invasion and, in fact, repelled the invaders, and that used to be in the school books.
Americans can proudly say they won the War of 1812, and then they'll bump into a Canadian who will then remind them that no, in fact, Canadians won the War of 1812. But I think it's generally agreed that it's the First Nations people of North America who lose the War of 1812.
In July of 1815, the British left Mackinac, the fort they had captured in the first battle of the war. Their native allies watched in shock. Chief Sosamawi of the Winnebago raged at the British officers. You promised us repeatedly that this place would not be given up. It would be better that you had killed us at once rather than expose us to a lingering death.
We lost a land base, we lost our culture. They no longer needed us to fight their wars anymore. Then our allies slowly tried to make us children under the supervision of a parent.
Our land was suddenly getting smaller and smaller and smaller. So that set in motion a kind of social, political, cultural, spiritual decay. People got depressed, broken spirit, broken heart.
The warriors and the soldiers who survived the War of 1812 went home, grew old, and died. In the end, what lived on was a story about history. How its glories are enshrined in the heart of a nation. How its failures are forgotten. How its inconvenient truths are twisted to suit or ignored forever.
People ask me who won the War of 1812. I often say the British Army won the War of 1812. I don't say Britain, I say the British Army, because the British soldier always did what he was asked to do.
Shadrach Byfield returned to England in late 1814. He and his family lived in poverty until he designed a tool that would allow him to weave with just one arm.
I went to a blacksmith and he made an instrument for me. I am happy to say that I have been able to labor for my family and keep them comfortably for nearly 20 years.
Both sides can claim, obviously, clear areas of victory. Both sides won certain battles and lost certain battles. I think I share the view of a young British officer in the War of 1812, Lieutenant John Le Couteur of the 104th Foot, who, when he was writing about the end of the war, said how pleased he was that this was over. As far as he was concerned, it was a hot and unnatural war between kindred people.
Young William Atherton was finally released from his Quebec prison in May 1814. He started back to his hometown in Kentucky on foot.
We had been for so long in prison and suffering that we seemed to have reached a new world almost. I was barely able to walk in more than 1,000 miles from home without money, clothes, or friends. Yet my spirit did not quail for a moment. I have told a plain, unvarnished tale, yet it may not be without its use to my young countrymen to know what their fathers have suffered.
To find out more about the War of 1812 and other PBS programs, visit pbs.org. The War of 1812 is available on DVD. The companion book, The War of 1812, Guide to Battlefields and Historic Sites, is also available. To order, visit shoppbs.org or call us at 1-800-PLAY-PBS.